City of Grand Rapids Planning Commission hearings on September 12, 2024. We have a number of cases that we'll work through today on our agenda. The way we'll work through them is a planner from the city will come and present the case to the commission and take questions from us, and then we'll invite the applicant up to add any additional insights that they would like to about the case. Then we'll have a public hearing where we'll open it up for members of the public to come up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us on the particular case. Then we'll close the public hearing, invite the applicant back up for any additional comments, and then the commission will do its deliberation about the case and make a resolution. The staff does prepare for us a draft resolution language, both for and against each case. So sometimes we do read resolution language, but there's no foregone conclusion about what the decision will be. Commissioners, does anybody have any conflicts of interest with the cases today?
Yes, I have our first agenda item, the Messiah Baptist Church. I've been working with them for the last 18 months or so as a consultant, working them through the design and approval process for this project. So I would suggest that would indicate a conflict.
I would make a motion affirming that Commissioner Yonker has a conflict on that case.
Support. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Commissioner Yonker is dismissed from that case. Any others? Okay, then we'll begin.
The first case on the agenda today is a request from Messiah Baptist Church of Grand Rapids for a special land use and site plan review approval for 1865 Eastern Avenue Southeast and 716 Elliott Street Southeast. The request is for a new development consisting of 20 for-sale duplex units and a 3-story 51-unit apartment building in the TN-LDR zone district. This is before you today because multiple family residential uses, as well as the 3-story height, require special land use approval in the LDR zone districts. As you can see, pardon me, as you can see, the subject site as well as all the surrounding property is zoned TN-LDR. The site is just north of Burton Street. The site is the former Gillespie Funeral Home site. And that has been vacant since about 2019, 2020. Back in 2020, there was a request for a development on this site. It did have about the same number of units. There were 70 units proposed, but the building design was significantly different. It was one building at the front of the site. So the massing and scale was different. The property is in the Southtown Business Area Specific Plan because it is along Eastern. The site is also in the Southtown Area Specific Plan that was just completed and is going through the consideration and approval process at City Commission. Now, as I've been advised, the Southtown ASP doesn't make any recommendations for properties that were addressed in the Southtown BASP. So what the Southtown BASP recommends is what would be in the future ASP if adopted. What that recommends is the preference for no high-density housing in the LDR transition area that this is in, and limit to townhouse style housing types. And new housing should be owner-occupied housing, although the Planning Commission does not have any, would not have any purview over that. So the site altogether is 3.25 acres. The site will include the single-family home at the rear of the property. You can see on this zoning map that there are two lots carved out of the larger property. The southerly property is part of today's proposal. The northerly one is not. It is, and it isn't. It will stay as it is. Here are a few photos from Google Street View. It's a couple years old because the newer ones, it was covered in snow. As you can see, the funeral home building is sort of in the middle of the site, and it has a pretty significant setback. There are some trees on the property, but mostly the trees are around the perimeter. They're spruce trees, and they're mature. Not all are not all are healthy, and so some may need to be removed as part of this. And you can see there are two existing accesses to the site. The one that I'm showing you now on the screen, the southerly access, will be removed. The northerly access will be retained. I do want to mention that the sidewalk in this area, pardon me, the parkway has been paved all in front of the property. That might have been because of the funeral home use. I'm not really sure, because there is parking in front of the site. So perhaps the parkway never stayed green and it ended up being paved. I really don't know. But the remainder of the street, we can't see anything here, but the remainder of the street does have landscaped parkways with trees. There's maybe one or two street trees here. I do want to also point out that there are overhead lines in the parkway here. And both sides of the street have bike lanes, and the subject side of the street has on-street parking. And this is the current configuration. These are views from Elliott Street and Martin. I'm going to go back to show you. This is Elliott, which terminates at the site, and this is Martin Street, or Martin Avenue, which also terminates at the site. I've forgotten the address of this property, but the property that is not part of the development currently takes access to the public street through Martin, and that will not change. So back to Elliott, you can see that there's a gate there right now, and this is Martin, and the drive, you can see this sign that I'm not sure what it says, but you can see that sign, and this is going to that private property. At the end of Martin here is a turnaround. That's an easement for public use. So before I get into the details of the project, I do want to mention that this project went through our development with us process. We did this recently for Beacon Hill as well, you might remember. And there were two meetings one on June 18th and one on August 1st. And I'll leave it to the applicant to talk about that in a little more detail, but I want to let you know that they did happen, and I think they were fairly well attended. I'm going to just start out with some with the renderings, just so you can see what's being proposed. This is obviously the 3-story, 51-unit, multiple family building. Here's a couple of different views. And then at the back are proposed to be duplexes. These renderings are slightly off. There's a couple of details here that wouldn't be proposed, these side porches and these fences. But generally, the buildings are proposed to look like this. So here's our site. The existing funeral home and the single-family home and the outbuilding would all be demolished. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see, there's an L-shaped building located toward the street. The parking will be on the side and at the back. So there's ingress and egress on 2 sides of the property. The parking field, sort of in the center here, is to serve the multiple family building. Each of the 2 duplexes will have 2 parking spaces apiece. There are no vehicular connections to either Martin or Elliott, but there are pedestrian connections. You can see that the duplexes are facing one another in sort of a courtyard style, and they're all connected with a sidewalk. And that sidewalk can be utilized to access Martin or Elliott. I mentioned that there's no vehicular access. That would exclude emergency access. A fire, a Knox box is proposed at Elliott Street, so that's there'll be a key available for emergency vehicles to use to access the site. And this plan has been vetted by fire, and with a few tweaks, it meets the requirements. Let's see here. I'll talk a little bit about density. So this is before you today because of the special land use, the multiple family use. 3 or more units on one lot is multiple family. And so the proposed density is within the density that is allowed by the TNLDR zone district. No density bonuses are needed for what is being proposed here. It is higher than what is recommended by the master plan, but it is within the TNLDR zone district. And as you know, the Planning Commission may approve a density exceeding that of the master plan if the density requirements of the zoning ordinance are met. Let's see here. Sorry. So the building is proposed about 38 feet from back of curb. The established RBL on this street depends on where you are on the street. So we've got houses to the south that are about 35 feet, houses across the street are 34 feet, and houses to the north are about 48. So, and this is 37.8. So the Planning Commission should consider whether that setback is appropriate. It does really seem to be consistent with the houses across the street and to the south. It meets the side setbacks. It exceeds what is required. At the closest point, let's see, maybe a different site plan would be better. At its closest point, it's 42 feet to the south. Height, it's proposed to be 3 stories, so that is something that the Planning Commission does need to consider whether it is appropriate. And so when you're considering that, please consider how this building fits into the pattern of development in the neighborhood, as well as what transitional features are incorporated into this plan to reduce its impact on any neighboring properties. Materials are fiber cement siding. Let's see here. Fiber cement siding, brick and metal fiber, or, I'm sorry, brick and metal or fiber cement accents. Materials appear to be appropriate. It appears to meet all the transparency requirements. There are lots of windows on this building. Another feature that I do want to mention is the recessed balconies. There are some balconies that, let's see, I can probably see it better on the, I know there's one plan that I can see it nicely. You can see that there are a lot of recessed balconies, as well as some balconies that extend from the building. And I do think that gives the building a lot of really nice articulation. And the primary building entrance faces the street. So I'll defer to the applicant to talk about any other details on that building. And I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think the applicant will be able to address that better than me. Now I'd like to go on to the duplex units. As I mentioned before, these side porches are not proposed as part of this plan. These fences aren't either. That was part of an earlier iteration of the plan. But they're side-by-side units. Oops, I don't see my floor plan, but they're side-by-side units. And again, they all meet the setbacks. I'll go back to the site plan here. As you can see, they're significantly set back from the rear property line. Let's see here, Linden and Martin. We've got about 25 feet at the closest point. That's to the rear, to the house that's going to stay. And then to the south there, we're at least 40 feet. 60 feet to the rear for the buildings. And of course, there's a 10-foot landscape buffer, and then the drive aisle between the properties to the south and west and the buildings. I'd also like to point out that there's a playground proposed. Another feature that is included on these duplexes is a small storage shed to be appended to the rear of each one. Given this particular layout, since it will the land will be commonly owned as a condominium in these for sale units, there really was not an opportunity for a freestanding shed. So each building will have a small shed. These two family buildings are to be engineered wood siding. And we do see a combination of orientations to differentiate each of the buildings. We've got some, trim elements on option C. Option A is all horizontal. Option B is vertical. Generally, vertical siding is not permitted in the TN. It's not. Generally, lap siding was always horizontal. But we do see this sometimes as a trim element, but the applicant would be asking for this horizontal or this vertical orientation, and that may be appropriate given the number of dwelling units there to provide some variety. Relative to transparency, it does appear that the front of the buildings will meet the transparency requirements. The side transparency may need to be increased to 10% is required. I don't have those calculations, but should Planning Commission be amenable, that could be done at permitting. Relative to location, Eastern is a Network Residential Street, and that is an appropriate location for multiple family development. Let me see if there's anything else I missed. I do want to talk a little bit about those landscape buffers. And the fencing. I would like to ask the applicant to clarify if the fencing will be new fencing or if it will be, if the existing fencing will stay. So that's something that I'd like to clarify. It does look like it's going to be 6 foot tall privacy fencing, but it's unclear to me whether it's new or existing. Also, the landscape buffers. In this zone district, a 10-foot landscape buffer on the side and the rear is appropriate. Now, I don't see in this plan that any new landscaping is proposed. And as I mentioned earlier, some of the trees may not be in good enough condition to be retained for the future. So I'd like to ask the applicant to discuss that a little bit. And we might also want to recommend or include in approval that a tree survey be obtained of the perimeter trees that they want to keep and a landscape buffer augmented to bring the buffer to current requirements. So I did talk a little bit already about neighborhood input. There were 2 meetings through the development with us process. The applicant may have had other meetings, and they can talk about that. As you saw in the packet, we have a number of letters from folks, mostly with individuals with ties to Together West Michigan. And I have a feeling you might be hearing from some of them today. So in some, we're looking at a multiple family development, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I have one. Is the existing building 3 stories? It appeared to, and I'm just trying to clarify.
I think it's 2.
Oh, it's 2. Okay.
It might be a tall 2-story, but it's just 2.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Elizabeth, will the monument sign be governed by the zoning ordinance, correct?
It would be governed by the zoning ordinance. This, a residential development is allowed to have a monument sign. So it would need to meet all the setback requirements for that in size.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. We'll invite the applicant up to share any additional information.
I have a clicker. You're welcome to advance as well, but I can move along as you're
Sure.
talking.
Thank you. I think I'll need it. Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Cross, and I am here representing M Village, 1865 Eastern Southeast. So first of all, thank you for your time today. We are excited to be here before you, and we're excited about our project. We're also deeply grateful to our team that has worked with us, Isaac Norris and Associates, Ryan and his team from Fishbeck, Aaron Yonker, and a number of other community partners and businesses that have been alongside us and offered guidance and support going forward. Also our development team, Renovari. Above all, our heartfelt appreciation is to our Messiah Baptist Church, which a lot of our congregations here today, just for their support and in the vision that was displayed for this project, and just invaluable since day one. So when we first embarked on this journey, it was not with the intent to become community developers or to be here this moment. We were embarked on it with the same passion and determination that our church, which has been in Grand Rapids, the oldest African-American Black church, Baptist church since 133 years. And they were always there with community support, advocacy for social justice, and so on and so forth. So we really started this project just as an effort to kind of continue what has gone on for over 130 years. And we believe that we're following in that model that they set for us, addressing a need that we all know that is very important, and that is for affordable and attainable housing. So that was our initial motivation for the project. We frequently heard and continue to hear from people coming to our congregation or just to our offices for benevolence of the need to try to balance and struggling with childcare, prescription drug costs, and so on and so forth, all while trying to maintain a roof over their head with the prices of rental housing and, God forbid, trying to save to put money away for a mortgage and a home of their own for their families. So our mission grew from that need. And we're energized by the progress that we've made so far, particularly to help working families who are not often noticed, who are disadvantaged, who are vulnerable, and to empower them to be successful going forward. As Elizabeth mentioned, community and neighborhood engagement was one of the key components from the very onset of our project. We've conducted a number of engagements with the community on our own, as well as the Development with Us program through the City of Grand Rapids. And, it was all about dialogue and interaction and just having open conversation to hear what their concerns and needs were. And the conversations weren't always easy, but what we learned is that the desires and the things that they were asking for their lives and their neighborhood, existing neighborhood, were not much different from what we were proposing anyway. A key example of one of the things that was really on the minds of a lot of the residents at our first meeting was the access to Elliott Streets and Martin. And I think as Elizabeth showed on the screen, those two streets will not be opened, and that was something that a number of the neighbors had really, felt strongly about. Other things like green space and the playground that we have planned to put in the site were also outcomes from what we heard from the neighbors. So we felt really good about being able to incorporate some of their desires and really revise our plans so that we can be good neighbors and so that we feel as if, we've done all that we can do, due diligence in that regard. So M Village will serve as a vibrant community hub, offering the 51 rental units, 20 for-sale duplexes, and also be a space where people can build their lives, establish equity, and move forward in a positive direction. And beyond the housing that we will provide, we also will ensure that there's access to essential community services. We'll have an oversized community room and offices there where other providers can come in and really help to serve some of the needs that some of the residents might have. We often get asked about the timeline for the project and the progress of our financing efforts, and those specifics are still being worked out, but we're confident about the trajectory that we're on, and we feel that we're on the right path. So really, our goal is that we create a sustainable and quality environment for disenfranchised families, for vulnerable families, and for individuals who just need a little bit of a hand to get forward in their lives. So we thank you for considering our application. We feel that by setting this example, hopefully we can spark a rippling effect throughout the community and have others follow in our footsteps and do what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Any questions? Or?
Normally, we ask for no noise from the crowd, but it's okay this time. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I have just one. So I'm, in regard to the fence, I think Elizabeth mentioned that it's a little unclear whether it's new fence or keeping the old fence. And I'm particularly interested in the corner there. I know, sorry, Carol. At the back by the townhomes. And I know that it's only going to be pedestrian access to Elliott and Martin. But I'm wondering if there has to be a fence there.
Sure. So I am going to ask Ryan from Fishbeck to kind of address the fence and the landscaping question I think that Elizabeth had as well. So
Thank you.
thanks.
I'm Ryan Musk with Fishbeck, civil engineer and responsible for the site plan development. The fence in the back corner there, and I think I can point here. Thanks, Elizabeth. Everybody hear me okay? Fence in the back corner, there's an existing fence right now. So when that parcel was kind of sold off many years ago, the fence wasn't put up. An easement in place for access to that home in particular. So we've really just replicated the current condition, tried to respect that, and while providing pedestrian access to Elliott and to Martin and kind of keeping the same situation for vehicle traffic as well.
Is the fence necessary, or you mentioned that you replicated, but was it desired by the property owner at 1853 Martin?
I don't recall if there was discussion about that specifically, but we just tried to match the existing conditions.
I have another, sorry, did you have a question on the site plan? It looks like, as Elizabeth mentioned, the current condition of the sidewalk is basically a double-wide sidewalk all the way up to the curb. And it seems on the site plan that that's what you're proposing to maintain. Although I don't see that that's consistent with properties beyond one parcel on either side. I'm wondering if there's a reason to maintain the current sidewalk width, or if you would consider adding the tree lawn back there. I think that having your street trees in the larger landscape zone in front of the building makes sense, but I do think that having the sidewalk all the way up to the curb diminishes the appeal of the parcel.
Yeah, good question. We really plan on just keeping the existing situation with having street side parking along Eastern there. We anticipate that'll continue to be used, and you'd have people exiting the car, walking up to the building, walking through the community that way. I think if that's a sticking point, I think the team would be open to looking into opening that up as more of a green space with trees, but I think we hadn't looked too closely at that, just knowing that that was an existing public parking, street side parking situation.
Sorry, one more question. So going back to the duplexes, the renderings we have, which I know are from an old version, with the side porches and the fences there. So without those side porches, I'm wondering if you have extended out the front porches, because it looks like, just to make sure that those are usable for folks to put furniture on and engage with their neighbors. And right now they look a little narrower, not deep enough potentially.
Yeah, I can't answer all the questions about the architecture of the duplexes. the intent is to have, a small front porch just for community access in the central lawn space. Like you mentioned, the porches on the sides those are not proposed, and the fences that are shown on the rendering are not proposed.
Okay. Do you think, I don't know if we have the porch dimensions, but do you think if they are shallower, would y'all be amenable to making them deeper so they do have more of a usable depth for folks?
Sure.
In those duplexes?
Yeah, I think we'd be open to considering that.
Okay, thanks.
I know there's a question about the landscape buffers on either side too. I'm happy to answer that as well. The intent was to preserve as many of the nice mature trees along the boundary rather than removing those and replacing with a much shorter landscape buffer. I definitely respect the comments about condition of those trees. The goal with the community, the goal with the development is to provide a healthy buffer there. So I think we'd be open to working with the Planning Commission and the review team to propose something that's suitable there.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Make your way up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and I'll have up to 3 minutes to share your comments with us.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me talk. My name is Ted Hartzell. I live in Kentwood. I am the co-leader of Together West Michigan's housing team. And Together West Michigan is a broad-based coalition of 18 member institutions, primarily churches, but not exclusively. We have a good showing today of support, and I'd like everybody from Together West Michigan to stand up who's here to support Messiah Baptist in M Village. Thank you. Of the 25 letters I counted this morning in the agenda packet, 24 were attributable to Together West Michigan, and one was the Neighborhood Association. I didn't get to them. I want to say that I've been following this development a little bit from talking with Deborah Cross over the last year, and personally I'm excited by it because it's a great blend of church doing the very best thing for its community that it could do, and really boots on the ground kind of thing, and they're going to be putting in playgrounds and sidewalks that connect with existing sidewalks, green space. Community room will have a place for various services, including financial help, medical, as professionals come in to assist residents. So I think it is really a wonderful community. They're building more than just 71 housing units. They're building a little village, as the name implies, and community. And we really need that in our world today. So that's all I have to say. Just onward and upward with M Village.
Hello, John Willett, a resident of the city of Grand Rapids and also a member of Together West Michigan. When I think of M Village, I think of the neighborhood of my childhood. It would have been about 1963. My mom and dad and two older brothers were living in a portion of a rented home on Kalamazoo, and I was on the way, and they decided it was time to buy a house of their own. They purchased a house just a few blocks away from M Village. A few years later, my sister comes along, and our family of 6 lives there. Mom stays home with the kids, and my dad is able to support the family on his earnings as a barber. Now, I will surprise nobody when I say I don't spend a lot of time in barbershops today, but I think we can all understand that that just would not work in today's world. Fast forward about 30 years, my wife and I, as young newlyweds, entered that very same neighborhood just a block away from where I had grown up. And now we're a 2-income family. both of us college educated, and we started our family there. Both children were born there. We have wonderful memories of our time in that neighborhood. When I think back to that time, and I think of our earnings early in our career and the cost of that house, it was doable. If I think of a young newlyweds today in similar circumstances with their career, their earnings would be here, and the cost of the house has gone way up. I tell you these stories to humanize something you already know. We're in a housing crisis. We're in an affordability crisis. The proposal by M-Village honors that traditional residential neighborhood in this new era, and it also offers to its residents something that my parents had in the 60s, something my wife and I had in the 90s, which is a safe, dignified housing at a price we can afford in a community of our choosing, a place where we can live, work, raise our children, play, and worship. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Lipscomb, and I'm a resident of Southtown neighborhood. I live less than a mile from the proposed site for this development. And I'm also the director of church engagement and ministry at Mel Trotter Ministries. My comments are informed by that relationship. Mel Trotter does not have an official position that I am representing in this moment. But I want to speak in favor of this development. I think it's very exciting. I love it that the church is taking this kind of leadership role in developing affordable housing in our community. There is as you've already heard, there's a crisis of affordable housing in our community and in communities across the nation. The fastest growing area of homelessness right now is families, and so I think that this will move the needle on providing affordable housing for families that they're trying to make it, particularly young families. Mel Trotter supports a family currently in partnership with Messiah Baptist through case management, and they are our strongest partner in this Bridge of Hope program that we support. And so I've seen them care for families well with housing and with supportive services. And so just want to lend my voice to their efforts here. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Andrew Crow. I'm a neighbor directly on the corner of Elliott and Linden. The concern I have is with the amount of parking that the people cutting across to park on Linden will increase quite a bit. And there is no sidewalk on Elliott coming out of that, out of the development. So what I would really like to say is I'd like a sidewalk to come all the way out to Linden. Instead, you're walking onto the street, and there's already a lot of people that cut through my yard. That being said, I would also like to just say that the engagement that they have put on has been great. Like, I've been at all the meetings, they've listened. I can say that they've adapted a lot of things, so I would like to thank them for that. But my concern for the city is just having a sidewalk that goes all the way from the end of, like, from Elliott, all the way on Elliott, all the way to Linden, because right now there is none. And with that said, that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Smith. I'm the pastor of Messiah Baptist Church of Grand Rapids. I'm glad to serve our people and serve this city. I want to thank Andrew, who just came before me, for his sentiments. He was active at all of our meetings. And what we want to do is make sure that in our concept or in our approach that we wanted to kind of extend the services that we already have at Messiah Baptist Church, which is community building and community engagement. We believe in a collaborative process as opposed to an autocratic process. I've tried to do my best. Matter of fact, my doctoral dissertation was changing church from being autocratic systems to more collaborative systems and finding these sweet spots between the various entities that are involved. So I'm glad that Andrew said what he said, and we continue to invite our neighbors to that type of engagement. I don't think we can build as M Village or as a city in general without that type of collaborative work. That being said, our ultimate goal is to make sure that everyone feels involved in a city that sometimes we feel disinvolved in. I believe that access is very important. And we believe that us doing this parcel at M Village gives a voice to a lot of people who don't believe they have a voice. A lot of our what we call rogue activity in our city is carried out by people who don't feel like they're being heard. And we want to make sure that we have a hub in the city that not just provides housing, but it provides salvation. And I don't want to be preachy or anything, but the term salvation in the scripture, sozo in the Greek, it simply implies not just a spiritual salvation in the future, but it also provides for advocacy in the now, which simply means that we're looking for people's spiritual, psychological, emotional, and physical well-being. That being said, there's a sign right behind you, and it simply means strength and activity. And so what we want to do is simply be strong in our activity, and we hope that everything that's been presented on today is strong enough that you get behind us in this activity. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Matt Bailey. I'm a homeowner on Martin Avenue. Not the property that's the kind of cutout in the corner there, but my home is the one directly to the north of it. And I just wanted to express my concern about the pedestrian access there. Currently, there's no vehicular or pedestrian access between Martin and that property. And so it's a dead-end road, and the only people that come down that road are the residents. The only people that park on our road are the residents or their visitors. And I'm just concerned about Martin becoming essentially like an overflow parking for the development, and a lot of pedestrians coming through and parking. You know, there's not a lot of room on our street. It's a narrow street. And I'm just concerned about, you know, a lot of additional vehicular traffic on Martin, and then additional pedestrian traffic as well. And I know there were some questions about the fence earlier, and as a resident of Martin, you can see my home kind of in the top right of the picture there. Just for me personally, I support the idea of privacy fencing around there. This is a very quiet road. It's pretty, there are not a lot of people coming up and down and in and out of it. And so just as a resident there, I just wanted to express my concern about the access and parking, and support of any, you know, privacy fencing possible there as well. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Collins. I'm a resident at 1845 Eastern Avenue, the house directly to the north of M Village. I would like to thank M Village for all the wonderful things they've been doing for the community lately. They just recently did a stuff the bus for the community, which was awesome, and that was really wonderful. I do also appreciate them doing the community engagement meetings where they were able to take our concerns and redevelop into a separate plan. I do want to bring up, because of the discussion of not changing the tree and fencing, currently there is no fence along the north side of the property that separates M Village from my resident. I'm currently that brick house onto the right. So the property line, they were talking about keeping that existing driveway. The tree line is along the property line. So also please take that into consideration. Other than that, I support that they do want to bring housing to the area. I support revitalizing that area. That'll revitalize the corner at Burton and Eastern. That needs to be lifted back up and cleaned up, fill up those businesses. So I do support redeveloping this area, I do think that there are multiple things that do need to be taken under consideration. I do thank you for your time.
Anyone else?
Hey, Lucas Leverett here for a totally different thing, but as a observer of a lot of your debates, I want to highlight what Ms. Joseph brought up, because a lot of times one comment on a board like this can get very missed. I believe that the point about the fence and the possibility of it being gone is a very important one for you to remember that she brought up, because as a person that will only be passing through this area, a big turnoff to me in any area is some weird janky leftover fence, right? So opening this up to more access is the way to heal grids. And as an import from the South, I can tell you, broken grids suck. So anytime you can heal them and fix them and keep flow, it's always a nice thing to see. So I really appreciated her bringing that up, and I'm going to go back to the peanut gallery till it's my turn. Thank you.
My name is John Howard Davis, and I live at 1800 block of Martin, and I've been there almost 50 years. So I know time brings about change, and so I'm okay with that. And the gentleman who lives on the corner spoke of some of the same things I'm concerned about. But I also would like to keep in mind the security, the cleanliness of the area, and because it's a nice place to live, and I've lived there, and so I want some concern for our neighborhood. Otherwise, like I said, I know time bring about change, so I'm okay with that. Thank you very much.
Anyone else with any comments on this case?
My name is Arnold Van Steinborn, and that little corner chunk over there, that's my property, 1853. What was it, 4 or 5 years ago, they were proposing a big development there, and I was very glad that they shut that down. It was just a for-profit. They were just going to make a mess of it. Deb Cross, when they bought this property, they've been very open about what they're doing, what their intent is. They've been very helpful. I just want to express my concern also with that fence line and some kind of buffer. That's, be it trees or that privacy fence. We have a fence up there right now that was put up there when we bought the house 25 years ago. And when the funeral home was there, I mean, everybody and their brother hit it. And it's janky looking now, but yeah, there's got to be some kind of separation. That's my only concern, but I'm really happy about what they are doing there. I think that's a great idea. That's my only concern. Thanks.
Okay, last call.
My name is Heidi Dykstra, and I live in the house north of the development behind Amber. And so I'm pro fence on the side right now. I just have kind of wiring there, and that's not been a problem. I've got a lot of bushes and stuff, but there's not a lot of traffic. So I do think with the addition of more people, it would feel safer and more private to have some kind of privacy fence. While I appreciate all the trees along that row, and sorry I came in late, so I don't know if this was addressed, but they're in really tough shape. The pines on the north side are coming down. So that would be much appreciated if we could have some big, large growth trees planted as soon as possible. Again, like other people here, I compliment the process. The church did make a big change in blocking access to Martin and Elliott, which was a big relief for us on Martin. It's a closed off street, I guess, so it's extremely safe. We have at least 10 kids, maybe 12 under the age of 10. So there's just we've never had a problem with speeding cars or anything like that. And it's just a special little nook right there. So again, thank you for considering not opening up Martin. The density intimidates me, I guess. I would love to see a little more breathing space in between the duplexes, but it sounds like the city has certain goals that it wants to meet. And then my other neighbor mentioned the parking up and down Martin possibly could be very attractive to people if there's not enough spaces allocated for the apartment dwellers. Because when they have people over, right, like in their 1 to 2 bedrooms, again, I missed what the ratio was, but that's just a concern as well. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you all. We'll close the public hearing and ask the applicant to come up and address anything that you heard that you would like to address.
Thank you. So actually, we've heard and appreciate the comments from the neighbors. We will move forward accordingly, based on any recommendations and so forth, and, consider making changes based on what they've input. So, thank you.
Director Turkelson, could you comment on what actually is required from a screening and fencing perspective, and also on the double-wide sidewalk situation?
Yep, so I'll start with the latter. So the sidewalk on Eastern does not comply with the Vital Street Standards. The Vital Street Standards would indicate that there should be a 5-foot sidewalk and then a 6-foot parkway between the sidewalk and back of curb. So that would be something for the Planning Commission to consider. In terms of, we'd love to see some additional street trees, given the overhead wires. That's something that we would definitely need to work with our friends in engineering and forestry to determine what type of landscaping, what type of street trees could be planted there. But certainly the removal of that sidewalk between the section of sidewalk adjacent back of curb would bring the pedestrian space to comport with our Vital Street Standards. I think it's important to note that there is within the site plan, I don't know if we can zoom in or not, but there is a 6-foot privacy fence that runs along the north property line between the between the residents at 1845 Eastern and 1844 Martin, both of which we heard from today. So there is a 6-foot privacy fence that's being proposed along that segment. I think Elizabeth alluded to the fact that there are pine trees there, and we were asking the Planning Commission for a little bit of guidance as to whether or not the pine trees were acceptable in lieu of replacement for a new landscape buffer. I would suggest that the current landscaping does not meet the letter of the ordinance in terms of the number of trees and shrubs that are required per linear length of that section. Certainly the fence would mitigate some of that, but it appears to be opportunity to supplement or replace those trees. So we are asking the Planning Commission for direction there. Regarding the fencing discussion between the property at 1853 Martin, which is that corner piece right at the northwest corner. We also heard from the property owner there. There is currently a 6-foot chain link fence that is in disrepair. You can see that on the screen through Google Maps. Perhaps it has been hit, unfortunately, by a few vehicles. Again, the plan does propose to replace that fence with a 6-foot tall privacy fence. So that section would also be replaced as it's currently proposed. If I could touch a little bit on parking, because I know that did come up. Well, first I'll note that the sidewalk conversation connecting Linden to the subject property, the development property, we can certainly pass that along to the engineering department. That would not be within the scope of authority of the Planning Commission to require any sort of pedestrian connection. That's something that the city can look into and deem whether that's whether there's potential in the short term or long term to add that sidewalk connection. Parking itself, Elizabeth does have in her staff report an analysis of the number of parking spaces. So specific to the duplexes, looking at the attached single-family requirement does expect 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. And so with 20 duplexes, 40 spaces would be required under that formula, and 40 spaces are proposed for supporting the duplex portion of the development. Relative to the multifamily section, the building fronting on Eastern, there's 51 apartment units. 1.5 spaces is required per dwelling unit for typical multifamily. However, with low-income housing tax credit or affordable housing developments, we typically find that a lower parking count is appropriate based on populations that are served and experiences with affordable housing developments generally. So for this particular development, they are proposing 41 parking spaces. So that would be a deficiency of 10 if you were to desire to use the traditional parking requirement for a multifamily development. I would note that there is quite a bit of parking along Eastern that will remain in place. I was trying to do math here, but it looks like it's about a 312-foot, give or take, section. I was doing the math to figure out how many parking spaces that would divide into. Maybe Mr. Bartlett in the back can do that math more quickly for me. But there is a substantial amount of parking that is currently available and would continue to be available for any visitors. Whether guests of the development would choose to use Linden or Martin and the pedestrian connection, it seems, given the number of spaces and people's behavior, to not want to walk far distances. If they had the option and availability of parking on Eastern, given the amount of parking that's there, that would seem entirely reasonable and consistent with human behavior to not want to walk that far versus parking on Martin and walking through the development. Of course, in all cases, public street parking is available to the public, and someone could park there. I think the landscape buffer comments I had relative to the north section are applicable to the north lot line, are also applicable to the south lot line. Again, looking for Planning Commission guidance on whether or not the existing trees would suffice. I did hear an openness to continue to have a conversation about addressing some of those concerns. So it sounds like the partners are willing to make some modifications there. Oh, real time. Looks like 13 or 14 spaces could be accommodated, vehicles could be accommodated on Eastern. So, did I address? Okay.
Discussion.
Okay, why? I don't know why. So I'm excited about this project. I think with the layout, the site layout they have here, the density is appropriate. With the multifamily building being up on Eastern, the main street, right by transit, the provision of bicycle parking, and then, as Kristen said, folks not wanting to walk very far, I would imagine that those Eastern street parking spots would be utilized more than the others. The duplexes provide appropriate kind of step-down transition into the low-density residential area. I like how they are focused in the courtyard style there. I do want to make sure that those front porches are usable for porch furniture so folks can sit on their porch and engage with each other if they choose. And I would like to see, I'm in favor of the privacy fence around the property everywhere except that northwest corner, and I think that a more creative solution could be offered there, whether it's landscaping. I don't know that anyone wants to build a fence that will then get hit again by folks. Per testimony from the community that has happened in the past. And just to give a more kind of community feel to the whole development, that it's part of that entire neighborhood and not just articulated towards Eastern there. The multifamily building, I love the combination of recessed versus extending porches. What else do I have? Oh, yeah. I mean, with the site plan, I think the height is appropriate where it is as well. Eastern is a major street there, and the buffer that they're providing between that and the single-family surrounding is appropriate in my mind. Huh? Oh, does someone else want to talk about setbacks? No, you're doing great. Okay. I think the setbacks are appropriate too. The building line seems consistent with what is kind of north and south there. I wouldn't want to see anything differentiating too much from that. And yeah, they've met and exceeded setbacks on all grounds here. And I appreciate their willingness to work with staff and the community to make adjustments yeah, sorry, did I miss something?
No, he's teasing me. I just wanted to address your porch comment before we moved on from it. Elizabeth did give me those dimensions. They are 15 feet wide and 6 feet deep. So each unit would have a 6 foot by 7.5 foot porch.
Just to clarify, you're talking about the privacy fence between this parcel and the resident in that carve-out, 1853? Yes. And I think right now the reason that it gets hit is because it's in the middle of his driveway and their parking lot.
Oh.
Where there will be no road adjacent to it on the parcel side any longer. It will be landscaping on the interior. And I guess my perspective on the fence is if both property owners are asking for or recommending a fence, that might be appropriate.
Okay. Okay. I mean, with it being on the north and the straight lines there, it just, I guess, I think this development should be connected to the surrounding community, and I want to ensure that that happens and not that they are isolated from the rest of the neighborhood with only like a tiny gate to get to make pedestrian connections.
I understand that, but this, where the fence is proposed, is private property on the opposite side. It's not the right-of-way per se. So where the gate is where there is public access, a public street, so public access is appropriate. I'm not sure it would be appropriate to allow for public access between his parcel and this property.
I was not, yeah, I would never suggest that people should be allowed to walk over other people's property.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, if this helps to define that a bit more, since it is an unusual property layout for this property owner, the homeowner there.
Okay. Maybe some additional staff review and whatever. Concurrence, I don't know. I'm not an architect, so.
First of all, I wanted to thank everybody that came out. It really helps us when there's been engagement, and you can tell that between the broader community and the neighbors and the willingness to work back and forth on this project. I also wanted to mention that last night I read the draft Southtown Master Plan, and it was interesting to read this and come and hear about this development because it checks almost every box about what the neighborhood wanted and the neighborhood input. And what was particularly interesting is that in this area, rent is about almost 60% of a person's income. where the norm is, it shouldn't be any more than 30. The same with homeownership as mortgage payments is less. This is much needed, and as the person that talked about when we bought, or back to my generation, which is even further back, bought a house, it was under 30% of your total income, and probably even less than 25%. In today's market, even, working class people can't afford to buy a home when you've got to pay that much of your income. So to have this wonderful reuse of a property in the Southtown neighborhood, where I got to read yesterday about what they wanted, and to hear this makes me very supportive of this development. I agree with some of the little modifications that came forward with the neighbors.
Do we have concurrence on the parking allocation relative to the requested waiver because of affordable?
Yes.
I would suggest that the double wide sidewalk should be addressed and brought up to current standards, especially to be consistent with the adjacent properties.
Yeah, and I guess want to confirm that all transparency requirements are met on those, on the duplexes. The back sides, I think, were in question. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Yeah. So I guess that all of them are met regardless of the side, and that they confirm that at permitting. I would be in support of that.
We would also want to see the landscaping and fencing modifications that were talked about and discussed.
Fencing modifications, it's currently a 6-foot tall solid fence, which I think is what was desired.
Okay.
Are you just suggesting
I
that?
thought there was some chain link fencing at the end of, in one small part, but am I wrong? At the end of Elliott, I thought?
Fire access gate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a gate.
Okay.
There, if that's
okay.
Sufficient. Okay.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
I can do it. Do we have? Okay. Now therefore it be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Messiah Baptist Church of Grand Rapids, Deborah Cross, for a new development consisting of 20 for-sale duplex dwellings and a 3-story 51-unit apartment building with a parking reduction at 1865 Eastern Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the Great Neighborhoods goals outlined in the master plan, which are supportive of redevelopment and housing types other than single-family detached residential, such as provide a broad range of high-quality housing choices, maintain and increase the number and variety of housing units, allow for new housing products, and allow for a range of housing types within all neighborhoods, and meet the intent of the TN LDR, Transitional Neighborhood Low Density Residential Zone District, to allow pockets of medium to high-density residential development along transit routes. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.08.E because the residential use is at an appropriate density for the size and nature of the site. Elements of the site design are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to the size and character of the site, the type, size, and proportions of the buildings. An adequate internal pedestrian and vehicular circulation will be provided for residents and visitors through drives, walkways, and connections to public sidewalks. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because the site plan addresses the existing building environment by appropriately
location of building types and orientation relative to the adjacent properties. And the project maintains the neighborhood's unique character, enhancing its walkable scale and reinforces its sense of place. The proposed use will not have adverse side effects to the neighborhood because the multiple family use is appropriately located on a mass transit route, and appropriate transitional features in the form of adequate setbacks and landscape buffers will be provided. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter, because adequate parking will be provided based on the anticipated parking demand and the availability of public transit on Eastern and Burton. And adequate setbacks and landscape buffers will be provided to abutting residential uses. The proposed use would not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because adequate connections to existing walkways and public sidewalks are proposed. The proposed development will reestablish the street wall, and the development will be located in close proximity to public transit. The proposed development will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable because the site is already developed, and many existing trees will be retained and landscaping will be augmented where needed. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services do already exist or would be provided at no additional cost and will safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. The site is already improved and will require a limited amount of new infrastructure. The proposed use would not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the new population will support nearby businesses and contribute to the tax base. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard condition set A approvals on the screen, and I'll read them. That the application and plans submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution. That the use shall operate according to application and per testimony as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes. That this approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. That a land use development services, LUDS permit, building permit, and all other required permits be obtained from the City of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. That any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission. That the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all state laws. And that this approval shall take effect 16 calendar days after the date of the Planning Commission's decision. Number 2, that the site shall meet all green site element requirements, including but not limited to green space, tree canopy, street trees, and landscape buffers.
That the side elevations of the duplexes meet transparency requirements of the zoning ordinance. And that the Eastern Avenue streetscape be brought into conformance with the city's vital street standards.
Yes.
And then we did not touch on it, my apologies, but that a trip and generation analysis be provided for review and acceptance by the Mobile GR department.
I'm good with that. I need to
support. I have one more. So did we still want them to do the tree survey around the edge, or is that included kind of as part of the second condition?
Yes.
Okay.
The latter.
And then I guess I just want to say, and it doesn't have to be a condition of approval, but those northmost 3 duplex buildings, their front porches are going to be looking at a 6-foot fence. So I would just encourage folks to look at that plan so that they're integrated into the community.
Okay, we have a motion and support. And any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you.
all your hard work on
Yes.
Yeah. She doesn't understand. Right, this is not. So I think she sees it. We're just north. Yeah, we're right along the driveway. Yeah. And we wanted the fence. Right, I know. That's not the one. Yeah, that's not the one she was talking about. She was talking about the chain link. The one that's cut through. Oh, I agree.
Okay, let's continue on.
The next item on the agenda is a request to convert a former Family Fare grocery store building into a self-storage facility at 4325 Breton Avenue Southeast. Self-storage facilities require special land use approval in commercial zone districts. The 2002 Master Plan Future Land Use Map designates the area in which the property is located as commercial with a village center. Village centers are highlighted as areas located on a high-frequency service transit route and have retail spaces between 30,000 and 150,000 gross square feet. No area-specific plan has been adopted for this area. The MONC zone district is intended to accommodate a broad range of businesses, services, and commercial uses. Development in this district is generally more designation-oriented and has a greater dependency upon vehicles. The surrounding zoning and land uses consists of medium-high density residential to the north and west, with the city of Kentwood to the east and the Breton Meadows Shopping Center and a bank to the south. The existing site and building information includes the site being located at the southwest intersection of 43rd Street Southeast and Breton Avenue Southeast. The property is approximately 5.6 acres in area, and the property is improved with a 51,000 square foot former Family Fare building on the northwest area of the site with an attached 13,000 square feet shopping center to the south with multiple retail storefronts, along with a asphalt surface parking to the east and south of the building. No exterior changes to the building or the site are proposed for the self-storage facility. The project will be completed within the existing footprint of the former grocery store building. The existing front doors on the east side of the building facing Breton Avenue Southeast will be utilized as the main customer entrance. Existing trash enclosures will be utilized and available for customer use, and the existing one-story building is clad in brick. Although there is no direct access to the site from Breton Avenue Southeast, there are 4 total access points to the site, with 2 northern access points off of 43rd Street Southeast, and then 2 more to the south off of a private drive, accessible off of Breton. The building has 2 existing customer entrances, both on the eastern main facade of the building, located on both sides of the centrally located window sections shown in the image above here. Larger items that require a dock to load or unload items will be utilized upon the existing truck dock located on the west side of the building, accessible on the 43rd Street Southeast. Here's an image off of the private drive off of Breton. For landscaping and green site elements, a green space of 15% is required, and this will be confirmed at permitting. Tree canopy of 18% is required, and tree canopy will also be calculated at permitting and augmented if necessary. No floor plans have been provided. However, if approved, the applicant will be working with national self-storage companies to renovate and operate the property. The operational hours are anticipated to be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. The self-storage use will consist of a climate-controlled building for the purpose of storing common household items. Individual unit sizes will range from 25 to 300 square feet. Signage is proposed on the east as well as the north sides of the building and will be confirmed at permitting. There will be no outdoor storage proposed for the site, along with the potential of a future multifamily development intended in the existing surface parking lot shown in the blue figure between the proposed self-storage facility and Breton Avenue. Assuming the existing windows will remain transparent, the existing transparency appears to be appropriate for the use. Glass window features are located on each side of the building's front facade, shown in this image right here. Although the existing or proposed interior layout is not known, it is recommended that no storage units be constructed in front of these large window sections, and that a corridor of at least 6 feet in width is located adjacent to the windows. There's a closer look, as well as the former grocery store entrance feature in the center of the building's front facade, shown here, and then a closer look here. Consists of 3 sections composed of 4 windows each, and it is recommended that these windows be retained and an active use such as an office be located here. In section 5.2.14I allows a departure from transparency requirements where it is demonstrated by the applicant that transparency would be significantly detrimental to the operation or security of the proposed use. The Planning Commission should consider whether the project warrants this departure. As far as the use consideration for self-storage facilities, the following are relevant uses, requirements for self-storage facilities. The Planning Commission has the discretion to waive or modify any of these requirements, and it should be noted that many of the requirements that I'm about to address are intended for facilities with outdoor access rather than indoor facilities. The site exceeds the minimum requirement of 3 acres. Another requirement is that the facility shall front on and have direct ingress and egress from regional or major streets or through a shared access drive off that street. And in the 2016 Vital Streets Plan, Breton Avenue Southeast was designated as a crosstown connector street, and this street meets this requirement. There is no outdoor storage intended for this site. The requirement will be met that setbacks will be at least 25 feet for the building, and all of the following conditions will be approved with the perimeter of the entire site secured with a 6-foot ornamental fence or solid wall, no storage of combustible or flammable liquids or fibers or explosive or toxic materials shall be permitted. There shall be no commercial enterprise or activity on the premise other than the self-storage units and related rental office. For parking, the self-storage use requires 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet. Based on the leasable storage area of 51,000 square feet, 51 parking spaces is required. The parking lot serves employees and customers of the existing retail shops to the south within the same strip shopping center. The existing shared asphalt parking lot consists of 325 parking spaces with 10 new proposed parking spaces near the entrance of the building located on the eastern side of the structure. The proposed amount of parking exceeds the maximum permitted. However, it is intended that the parking lot to the east will be a redevelopment site. This existing parking will not be used by the self-storage facility. This table has been provided in the staff reports for consideration of Planning Commission cases which were previously approved for self-storage facilities in the city of Grand Rapids dating back to 2016. And staff has also been notified of a recently approved indoor storage facility on 44th Street Southeast between Kalamazoo Avenue Southeast and Stauffer Avenue Southeast. No letters of support or opposition have been received. Some key considerations are whether the proposed use will contribute to the existing and planned character of this commercial corridor. Given the location on a commercial street and the surrounding area, the Planning Commission should also consider the appropriateness of the use itself, transparency on the main building, and operation plans. And in summary, the Planning Commission should consider special land use approval for a self-storage facility in a commercial zone district. Does the Planning Commission have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
Avery, I just wanted to clarify, you made a comment about an active use would be required, and you said such as an office, but that is an office associated
with the self-storage.
Self-storage,
Yep.
not a separate general professional is what you were alluding to?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You also made a comment about a fence around the whole property. Is that what is being proposed?
No.
Okay.
However, that would be a condition worth considering.
Yeah, I think that would be something we'd ask the Planning Commission to consider to determine whether a fence for a project such as this is appropriate. You know, the self-storage comes in many forms, as you know, and so this is probably dissimilar to ones that maybe you've previously looked at on, I think it was 28th Street, where there's more access from the exterior and the perimeter and visually versus what we're seeing today. So I'd be interested in getting some thoughts on that, whether that's something the Planning Commission thinks is necessary or appropriate.
Any other questions for Avery? Okay, thank you. And we'll invite the applicant up to share anything else you would like.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Weirda on behalf of myself, Jade Pig Ventures, and CWD, so kind of both entities. This is a property that Brian DeVries and I have owned for, probably 25 plus years. Grocery store closed down over 3 years ago, kind of during the pandemic, shortly thereafter, kind of in the middle of that. And we've been continuing to market the property and look at the various uses, really without success. We have a little bit of a chicken and egg scenario where it was kind of discussed of the potential for some residential out in the parking lot. Really, it's becoming a strategic issue for us in terms of an opportunity that we want to address. And yeah, based on that plan, so where I mentioned the chicken or egg, if I pursue the residential in the front of it, then I would be taking away parking for commercial use. So it wouldn't be viable for that type of use. So really do need to look at what the alternative use could be to encourage the investment for the residential. So it's more sequencing than anything. We definitely believe it is a viable use, but it really is that sequencing that we need to do to kind of kick off the next phase. Back to the previous one, not to get too rhetorical on this, but I really do think this is, an interesting time in the city in Grand Rapids. Money is very, it can flow either way, things like that. And it really is encouraging to see the city and the Planning Commission encourage mixed uses and investment in residential, trying to address this. And strategically, my partners and I are, it has our attention. And the city of Grand Rapids does seem to be accommodating, the right plans and the right vision and consistent with our conversion of the 111 Fifth Third building that was recently approved. That is something that we are excited about, and the reuse of some commercial projects where there happens to be large fields of parking lot, things like that, do really offer up some very interesting opportunities to start putting in the mix of uses or conversion to a residential without always having to go to the next green field, the next interchange and things like that, and then start bringing things into the city. So I love that's the direction of the city, and I think it's really going to be effective. And while it does take lots of capital to do these type of things, it's really encouraging when you can lower the barriers to help make that happen. So again, try not to be too rhetorical on this, but some of the studies that have been done, it's why we're looking at this site as an opportunity to do a project and see where this goes. And I'm sure where we're primarily shopping center and office building being most of our history, the residential is something that we have experience in, but we're really looking to potentially accelerate our investment in the community in that sector. Happy to answer any questions, but thanks, Laura.
The area that's in red is an existing retail. The gray area just behind that, was that utilized by the grocery store? Is that
It's a combination. There is some parking back there, but that's where the trucks would use some of the radius for the turns, as well as trash area.
And what do you see that going forward?
It'll still support the commercial use that's intending to stay.
Okay, thank you.
Has there been consideration to do multifamily in this place of the existing vacant structure?
Yes. That's kind of our intent is we want to have viable uses in the event, kind of that kind of thing to just see where the market bears. We do believe it can stand on its own. We do believe it supports a lot of the residential for, the self-storage needs that kind of surrounding both in City of Grand Rapids as well as City of Kentwood near this interchange. But yeah, I would not say that it's an absolute that wouldn't, if successful based on what we're looking at, that we could be looking at expanding that, yeah.
So one of the graphics that staff had up was illustrating the core uses that are designated for the village center, and those include the supermarket, like what was there, drugstore, hardware, and other kind of active retail uses. And so I don't see self-storage as that, so I'm curious about how you got to this application.
Sure. It's a couple different parts. I've been doing retail leasing and development for 35 years. Lots of changes and shifts in the retail environment over that period of time. I think everywhere, grocery clearly is changing and getting more dynamic with different type of locations for things. This has not been it was never a great store for, in the grocery industry. We've marketed this thing we knew they were going to go out eventually anyway, so probably over the last 5-6 years, we've been marketing, trying to find something to go there. So I definitely believe the area is already serviced by all the commercial needs that need to happen. And I do see that this transition, sorry, I'm trying to get with the chicken or egg. If I were to move forward with the residential portion of that, I would eliminate the ability to have a viable commercial use there. So I have to look at what alternative uses could go in that existing building. This becomes something that, based on some of the national companies that I discuss with that opportunity, they do see it as a viable reuse, not the lineal exterior access buildings, but kind of an enclosed structure that could house self-storage. But I don't think there's probably too many people who would suggest that we have too little retail buildings and facilities in our market to serve. Our ratios are pretty high on per square foot, per person, per how we service various things. So I do believe that it's not going to get relet as a grocery store, those type of uses for it, especially with the cost to demise and make something like that multi-tenant.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I don't see in your plan, Scott, but is there there should be an opportunity, I hope, to look at some fencing along the west lot line to buffer the loading from
Yeah,
the residential?
This plan doesn't show that, but I think you probably approved a plan for the residential that's under construction there now. So I don't know what's on their plan, if they had anything that was a fence being proposed. I certainly wouldn't want to have fence to fence.
No, I don't see it in the plans. I just see a landscape buffer that they were looking at.
But in terms of the comment around the entire site, obviously, I don't think that's appropriate because we certainly still have ongoing
Yeah,
retail.
I would concur, but along that west lot line.
Zero issues with that. There is some wetlands kind of in that back southwest corner, so. But yeah, between us and the residential that's under construction right now, it's a non-issue.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Make your way up to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to commission for discussion. We're not into the new master plan quite yet. If you look at the future land use map and the, what's it called? It would seem that the future plan is not putting as much emphasis on this intersection as a village center as the current master plan.
Yeah, we definitely can't make a decision based on a plan that's not yet adopted. I guess I have the benefit of a lot of additional conversation before this gets to the Planning Commission. And as you may know, the Planning Department has been pretty critical in terms of self-storage facilities and such. But looking at this, what's happening in this location, the amount of multifamily development, the challenges that are being experienced by commercial, the large footprint of this building, and the fact that it's not on at the intersection itself, and the potential that I hope this brings with the multifamily. We had a lot of good conversation trying to push that there has to be something better than a parking lot supporting commercial at this on this property. So I appreciate the challenges of trying to bring something here, and my goal was to really push additional residential density and ways that we could either repurpose this building to facilitate that, at least in the short term, although we know in land use that doesn't necessarily mean that it will turn into something else, but hoping that there's the market to support something higher and better use than self-storage in the long term.
Is there a way to condition anything related to the multifamily? Like, having just self-storage here seems, I don't know, maybe I'm becoming known for being critical of self-storage, and I apologize for that. But the multifamily is all in that plan, and to be able to have some sort of assurance that that would happen if we approved this would make me feel better about it.
Yeah, I don't think we have a mechanism to compel them to construct multifamily. It's certainly clearly part of their plan, but you also have the right to consider something different in the future yourselves. So I don't think you can place a contingency on this land use approval with how the remaining parcel is developed.
I tend to, you look at this large parcel, the vacant land behind it, parking, asphalt, all of that. It's and you're right, on the cusp of a master plan that emphasizes using vacant land for density of housing and accompanying retail usage that supports that housing. It seems like not the highest and best use. On the other hand, I sympathize with keeping a property that's been vacant for so long, and I do appreciate converting it, keeping the existing transparency, because what we often see with storage units in the past year or so is transparency is minimal, so at least that facing. But yeah, this is, I'll stop with that.
Sorry, just got a couple of questions. And I'm a little confused about what's happening, if I'm honest. So, in my brain, this idea for this this apartment building, this development, it has nothing to do with this, right? Okay. So what the applicant is essentially asking is that we turn this into a self-storage facility. But the idea here, at least for the applicant, is that if this becomes a self-storage facility, then they can build, it'll make more sense to build the apartments on the same property?
Yeah, it provides, I'm assuming, a financial pathway to be able to move to the next phase of the development, which thus far they're looking at. And they do have renderings and such. I've met with their architects, so it's not just a concept. They've moved it forward to try to look at multifamily residential on the frontage.
Got you. And okay, so that is not making sense. So that's why he said if that goes through, then they'll lose this parking for the commercial space anyway. So if that building is there, then we wouldn't be able to get any kind of grocery store or commercial space back into this building, if that exists. And I'm still pretending as if it has nothing to do with this. It's neither here nor there.
I think if the parking lot were to be developed as multifamily based on the scale of the development they're proposing, it would take up, if not all, a significant portion of the parking lot that's fronting on Breton, in front of the former grocery store. By getting residential at that scale at the frontage, taking up parking, it would make the commercial space, the former grocery store, even less viable as a commercial space because there wouldn't be adequate parking to support it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
I'm comfortable with the use here. I think similar to some other self-storage cases that we've heard in the past, this sits back from the road. It's adjacent to residential, but also commercial. So I think it's an appropriate use within the context of this area. What I don't like is that if approved as proposed, it's still highly visible across a sea of parking that won't be used. I think it's nice that they put the mixed use idea out there for us. It seems like just a little snack for us to, get excited about. But I think considering that with this special land use that it would be overparked, I'm curious about the ability to turn that basically into grass for now, green space, remove the parking since it's overparked. I know that they're going to have to remove that parking anyways to develop it in the future, so I don't think that inhibits any future development there. I'm thinking of other family fare D&W grocery stores that have been converted to self-storage in other parts of the region, not necessarily within the city. No, I think one's in the city. And it just continues to be a very large parking lot that gathers trash. So I would rather see some conversion of the parking to something, even if it is grass for now, with the hopes that it can be developed into something else in the future, either outlots or mixed use. So that's my question. That's what I would like to see if we're amenable to approving this.
I would support that. Also, I think there's no, as far as I can tell, there's no intended improvements to the facade of the building, which, looks like an abandoned building. And I don't, my personal opinion is a self-storage facility continues to look like an abandoned building forever, right? Because there's not any life around the building typically. There might be a couple signs put on it, but that's about it. And And so, yeah, that concerns me too, is that we don't sit here for 10 years with a building that kind of looks just like it does today. And I drive through here frequently. It's, it's unfortunate. I mean, I used that grocery store quite a bit when it was there, and it's unfortunate that it's gone, and I don't, blame the applicant for that or the fact that they haven't been able to find another user. That's the market. I'm not a huge fan of self-storage as a use in this location, but I understand that, demand is there and this is back from the street, but I would support that as well, some type of modification of the parking area, some additional screening put in, something along those lines. I don't know that we can require or request facade improvements, but it's just, it's kind of a drab building, and I would hate to see it 10 years from now just continue to be that in a large parking lot that doesn't really get used. So that's, if there's a possibility to do something along those lines, I think that would be something I could get behind.
I agree. I think that's a great concept, and it'll be a few years, if that, that something is built there by the time you go through that process. So you're right. Looking across the sea of asphalt is not conducive to any kind of street and environmental view of anything.
I also wonder, and I asked the question, and I'm not intending to get into the applicant's business, but it does, I do wonder about residential on the entire parcel being a better long-term use. I mean, once it's converted into self-storage, there's significant investment there. It seems unlikely that it, another generation will go by before its potential to be multifamily, and I guess I don't think we can require that or ask an applicant to change their plans or business, but it does feel like a large enough parcel with the other developments going on around there, that kind of the way that whole intersection has changed, that I don't know. To me, it feels like a use worth considering, but I don't think that's within our scope here, I guess.
The transparency conversation, can we pull that picture, one of the current pictures back up? Does this already meet the requirements of transparency, or is this, I'm sorry if I missed that.
We don't know. I would imagine it's fairly close to if we were to measure it based on what's required for that zone district, but doesn't sound like we measured it. Oh, Elizabeth.
I thought it did somewhere, but I couldn't find it.
We didn't do a transparency calculation because of the nature of this building. It was, it's sort of strange, and we don't have formal elevations, right? And given that this is a brick building, just the way it's designed, we assumed that there wasn't going to be much of an opportunity for, modification. So we just took the approach, well, these are the windows that we have. I think, what is it, 30% in this zone district? So, we'd rather not see the windows covered up, is kind of where we went with that.
Okay. Thanks.
I guess, Kristen, could you address some of the potential options we would have, or I guess maybe precedent related to creating any conditions related to turning the parking lot into grass or requiring additional screening or facade variation?
So yes, additional screening, yes, facade variations are all well within your authority. You have the right to bring sites closer to conformance and as part of a special land use consideration. The removal of the parking lot gives me a little bit of pause in that I would want a little bit more time to evaluate that, because that's, if you're going to require significant site redevelopment improvements associated with a use consideration that otherwise doesn't have significant site reconstruction being proposed, there has to be a proportionality to what you require. And I'm just a little bit hesitant to suggest that we make that on-the-fly decision. So while I certainly wouldn't want to delay a case, if that is a critical decision you need, then I would suggest we would need to postpone a decision today to allow that 2-week time period to come back and discuss it. Because in addition, while I certainly understand the rationale for it, there are some pretty significant stormwater implications by pulling out the parking lot and the infrastructure, and any stormwater rights would be for containment would be lost if this turns into green space for any period of time. So it's not, so again, I understand the reason why. I'm a little bit hesitant for the Planning Commission to condition that. If that is a critical piece of information, I'd like to postpone the request to give us 2 weeks. I'm not sure the applicant, what their response would be, but we just need more time to process the implications of that.
Before we consider postponing that, if that is something that we're contemplating, can we see if the applicant is amenable to it? Because that wouldn't be an issue if they were, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. If it was voluntary, that would be completely different.
So before we do that, I'm cognizant, I guess I'm cognizant of the fact that if it, the stormwater requirements of a new multifamily building going in here as an existing parking area will mean that they don't have any stormwater requirements for the new development. And I would hesitate to saddle them with that by asking them to remove a parking lot to create green space temporarily, in theory, temporarily, right? But is there no mechanism to do that? So, do you understand what I'm asking?
I do. I was looking to see if the stormwater engineer was here, and I think we didn't think that was going to be necessary for him. So I am pretty confident that if this turns into green space for any period of time that's not associated with active reconstruction, you lose any, I want to call them credits, but Christine, you probably know too. You would lose any of those credits that could then be, and in this case, it would be, I think, containment towards the future redevelopment, which means that more stormwater infrastructure would need to be constructed in the future because they would lose those credits today.
Right.
It would be almost a redesign then of that property, re-engineering. It's a lot.
Wouldn't multifamily require re-engineering anyways? No?
As long as my understanding is as long as the impervious area is not increasing, but is staying the same or decreasing, there's no additional stormwater requirements. So a new building could go over top of the asphalt without any additional stormwater requirements. Because it's currently impervious, it would still be previously, or it would be impervious again in the future.
If the applicant has big plans that they've teased us with but aren't willing to, propose them, then we're left with the proposal that we have. And we just need to take it on its own merits and apply our standards and decide.
Yeah, I think, please know that I also did encourage the developer to disclose as much as they were comfortable with. Because I do think it's important for us to at least understand holistically what a vision is. You're right, that doesn't compel them or require them to build it, but having the faith or the confidence that there is more to come here is at least something to be aware of, not necessarily has to be a decision-making point for you, but I think as in the planning department, we often try to bring you the holistic picture of what a property owner, developer, institution might know so that you can see how all of the pieces fit together with the information we have today or what's being envisioned today.
Yeah, understood.
Okay.
I guess what I'm going at is if there was a master plan that they had and this was the first phase, they would be presenting it as such. But they're not. They're asking for self-storage in this location.
Yeah, address that.
Do we want more input from the applicant?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Hi, just kind of follow up on that. It gets back to what I was trying to disclose and obviously didn't do a very good job of that. The residential is allowed by right. And so within your zoning ordinance for that. And that was something that was very encouraging. If it was our sequencing that we're trying to say, if I come in with this residential plan, which is the plan, then if approved and move forward, I would no longer have the parking for the commercial use. So it was really what comes first. And so the recommendation was that we come in with a special land use to be able to use and have a viable concern with that building, as opposed to coming in with a residential first. So it's not trying to hold anything back. It's really what's my order. And so I guess in theory, you could say I could be coming in with a simultaneous residential in the front and a special land use permit, but it was just really recommended that we come in with the SLU first. So that's the only intent.
Can I ask a question? What other, besides residential, would be appropriate for a site? A lot of development, commercial development, retail development has parking in the front. Is there a possibility of more commercial kinds of small storefronts, coffee houses, things like that, up against Breton, where the parking's in the, have you considered that at all? I just want to, I guess I'm trying to understand.
For
that
what
housing
area?
might be in the parking lot.
Okay.
Housing is one opportunity. Are there any others?
What we're interested in was really trying to address the needs on the housing side of the equation. So that's really what we've marketed this thing for years, commercially and things like that. And our thoughts is that this will be successful. Then it does lead to the potential for other uses within that site and things like that. But no, our intent now is to proceed forward with getting the SLU. So I know I have a viable use for an existing building, period. It would not be usable for typical commercial once I put these things in front of that. So it was more sequencing than anything. In terms of taking the parking lot out for green, I mean, losing all that credit, you guys got right to the point very quickly. I wouldn't be able to do that. I would be losing everything I could with being able to take existing conditions on the impervious calculations and then just making sure I'm at or below. So that would really change that. I'd probably withdraw my application based on that. But the fencing, the transparency, some of those things, call it in the event we move forward with that. That's really how I'd condition something like that if I were to make a suggestion. But beyond that, yeah, sorry, it's more sequencing than everything that I'm trying to address.
Thank you for clarifying.
I think with that discussion, I think we have, I would be comfortable taking that leap of faith that this is not needed property for the development of the storage. Therefore, it is investment opportunity that the owner is incentivized to reutilize in something that is utilizing this vacant space. And so I would be comfortable approving the storage space in the hopes that that usage in itself, as was said, does not require this parking, and it therefore opens up an opportunity for housing.
Yeah, I would echo that. Him using the word sequence and definitely helped it to make sense. He said chicken and egg, and I got hungry. But
At least not productive.
but yes, I think in this case, with all of that being said, yeah, this building wouldn't be commercially viable. Is that a big enough word? Is that good? It wouldn't be commercially viable if we have that apartment building in front of it, which sounds like they're dead set on doing that. And they haven't been able to sell this since it became vacant. So we're kind of like, it's either we do something with this or we do absolutely nothing with this. And I don't think people want to continue to live next to an abandoned building. And so the something, for me, it's better than nothing.
I would be in favor of some additional screening and facade improvements, though, that are appropriate with the scale of redevelopment that we're talking about here. So if we could condition that, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the project, particularly for as long as that property has sat. And now we have housing directly behind it, and individuals living next to this abandoned building for a number of years is concerning. I would agree with Commissioner Joseph that some additional screening would be needed and to increase the transparency on the facade. But with that, I have no other reservations.
I would be willing to make a motion to get us started and move on. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of Jade Pig Ventures for site plan review and special land use approval to convert and operate a self-storage facility at 4325 Breton Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including zone district, because the proposed use supports the intent of the MON-C zone district to accommodate a broad range of business, service, and commercial uses that is generally more destination-oriented with a greater dependence upon vehicles. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.E because safe, convenient, and well-defined vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian circulation within and to and from the site is provided. All elements of the site design are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to the size and type of lot, character of the neighborhood and adjoining property, and the type, size, and proportions of buildings. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because proper screening, landscaping, building scale, and site layout will be provided. The property is in close proximity to other commercial uses. The proposed use of the self-storage facilities will provide storage options for nearby residential uses. The proposed use will not have potentially adverse effects on the neighborhood because the main entrance to the use is accessible from streets that connect to a crosstown connector street at Breton Avenue Southeast. The self-storage facility will be buffered from adjacent uses with additional landscaping. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter because all activity will be oriented inward on the site to minimize the proposed use impact on nearby residential uses. The use is not anticipated to generate a significant amount of traffic or noise. The facility will not operate on a 24-hour basis. The proposed development will not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the proposed use will provide new investment to the area, will bring an underutilized property back into productive use. The proposed use would comply with all of the applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project as presented on the screen. 2, that no storage units are to be constructed in front of the large window sections located to the western and easternmost ends of the existing building's front facade. 3, that a corridor of at least 6 feet in width be located adjacent to the windows to provide maximum transparency possible. And 4, that the former grocery store entrance windows in the center of the building front facade remain in active use, such as locating the offices there.
Do you want to add, do you have something? Kristen?
I think so. I had that the 43rd and Breton Road frontage in front of the subject tenant bay be brought into conformance with the parking lot landscape screening requirements. That the east elevation be brought closer to conformance with the building element requirements of the zone district. That a solid 6-foot-tall fence be installed along the west lot line, screening the adjacent multifamily development from the self-storage loading zone.
Approved.
Do we have support?
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 2:50. resume. Laura.
The next case on our agenda is for 700 Bridge Street Northwest. This is a request for a new cigar lounge with alcohol service, live entertainment, and outdoor seating. The property is located at the southwest corner of Bridge and Gold. As you can see, a portion of the property, the south side of the property, is in the TN LDR zone district. That is surface parking. The northern part of the property is in the TN TBA zone district. That is where the building and the use will occur. The surrounding properties are, to the east is the old Duttler Foods. You probably are remembering this case coming before you. There's a proposed multifamily development there. To the south is residential. To the west, there's a smoke shop. And to the north is a social service facility and some open space. I'll talk a little bit about the cigar lounge use with some background. The state of Michigan controls cigar lounges. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services is the department that issues the exemptions that are like a license. But what these exemptions do, once issued, is allows the cigar smoking on the premises outside of any regulations, state or local regulations, for clean air or no smoking. There are a limited number of exemptions available. In 2010, when the Michigan smoke-free air law went into effect, any cigar lounge existing at that time had the opportunity to apply for an exemption. And that capped the number of exemptions that would be available from that point on. So for any new establishment, they have to purchase an existing exemption and have that ownership transferred. That is what the applicant has done. They have transferred ownership of an exemption, and they are in the process of having that exemption activated by the Department of Health and Human Services. Part of that is obtaining local approval for any zoning use. So for consideration today is the alcohol service, the outdoor seating, and the cigar lounge as a business, not really considering the smoking. Although, smoking is part of a cigar lounge. So there's a little bit of an overlap there, but there's some history. If you have more questions, I'm happy to answer. This is an image of the building as it exists today. It used to be a Fifth Third Bank with a drive-through off of Bridge Street. The building has been vacant for a number of years. I don't exactly know how many years. The main entrance of the building is off of Gold, and this is a view of the building from Bridge Street. The applicant is proposing some minor changes to the exterior, mostly cosmetic, some paint, some new siding, some signage. No significant building or site changes are proposed. The main entrance off Gold will be utilized. There is another entrance at the back of the building adjacent to the parking lot. This slide shows another rendering of what the exterior will look like after the cosmetic changes are made. The interior of the building, that's where most of the changes will occur. A bar will be installed on the west wall. The existing vault will stay in place. Apparently, it's quite expensive to remove or change a bank vault. I guess, that's the intent of the design of a bank vault. And some seating will be added, and the lounge area will be available for people to have a drink and smoke. There will be no food available for purchase at the property, but customers will be encouraged to bring in or have food delivered from outside. Part of the consideration today is a humidor is proposed in the northwest corner of the building. This is a room that will be built in, and as proposed, it will completely block 3 of the 7 windows on the front facade along Bridge Street. So that will impact the transparency. It will bring the transparency from 79% on Bridge Street down to 46%. The Planning Commission may wish to consider, some alternatives, some options, in whether or not a waiver for the reduction of that required transparency is appropriate here with the addition of that humidor room. The transparency on Gold is met. It's at 70%. So that's where the main entrance is. The transparency on Gold is met. The existing vault will be, I believe, will be converted also into a humidor and storage room for product inventory. The total capacity of the building, of the interior, is 131 occupants, but the applicant intends to limit the occupancy to a maximum of 75 people. The hours of operation indoors will be to midnight, Monday through Saturday, and Sunday until 10 p.m. The applicant has indicated that there will be some live entertainment, some bands, and I will let them provide some additional information about the intent of the live entertainment. Part of the state regulations for cigar lounges is that only people aged 21 and older are permitted to be on the premises. And another state requirement is that an adequate air handling system be installed on the interior. In regards to the patio seating area, the drive-through, the bank drive-through will be utilized for patio seating. There will be fencing installed on both sides of the patio. 4-foot decorative metal fencing is proposed. Some planter boxes are also proposed on the north side to help screen the patio and the sidewalk. Some of that will meet the state requirements as well. The patio, the site plan shows patio seating for about 24 people, and the existing canopy from the drive-through is going to remain in place. Part of the consideration that we ask the Planning Commission to think about with the outdoor seating is for the alcohol service and also providing the area in which people will be smoking. You're not regulating whether or not people can smoke outside. It's just putting the possibility of people smoking in a concentrated area and the impacts that may have in the surrounding neighborhoods. It is flanked by buildings on both the east and the west, and the parking lot is to the south. There's no access from the outside proposed to the patio area. It will be accessed from the inside of the building, and the gate at the south will be for emergency egress only. There's no live entertainment or outdoor music proposed for the patio area, and the hours of operation will be 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, midnight Friday and Saturday, and 10 p.m. on Sunday is what's proposed. The plans also indicate that the existing asphalt be removed and new concrete and artificial turf be installed. As mentioned earlier, the entire property is improved. There's a small area, a planting area here that provides some green space. The Planning Commission may wish to consider some options for how additional green space might be incorporated in the patio area. So in sum, we are asking for consideration for a new cigar lounge and bar with outdoor seating and live entertainment. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Are there any restrictions about this type of use being adjacent to residential use?
I talked to the representative from the state about that, and the state no smoking law applies to public areas and to businesses. People, because residents are permitted to smoke in their own homes, the state does not consider proximity to residential when determining whether an exemption can be activated.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Laura? Okay, thank you. And we'll invite the applicant up to share any additional information.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amit Kumar Patel, go by Tony Patel. I've been a West Sider for 25 plus years. Family-owned business next to it for almost 40 years. Used to be American Bakery. I guess, I don't know, most of the people did hear about it. We worked hard when we grew up. So it's been a little hard work in the family, and then we wanted to keep it. They had a fire, I don't know, probably back in 2008, remodeled the building next door. It was hard to keep that old bakery as a bakery. It was a lot of money to be involved, fire extension and stuff like that. So anyway, we turned into a smoke shop next door. I did actually. I turned into a smoke shop next door. Been in the tobacco industry since 2012. And then we've been, kind of adding more tobacco and tobacco stuff throughout the nation, you see, because before people used to smoke everywhere. Then there was a regulation in 2010. People cannot smoke everywhere. You have to have a designated place in Michigan, like Laura said. There was only at that time in state of Michigan around 99 licenses. So as of 2010, it was around 100 licenses. As of today, it's probably about 85-ish, 90, is left. You cannot buy any new licenses for smoking exemption. And so our goal is to put something on the west side, already been in the tobacco industry, like I said, for 2012. And then something like this, we had an idea because we bought the building 3 years ago. It's been empty. We wanted to bring in some nice little restaurants and stuff. We had it on the market for about a year and a half, for the first year and a half period. Investors came in, looked at the building, and they were like, hey, there's a big wall. And to remove that wall, it was quite expensive. So we were like, all right, how can we utilize this building into something instead of just sitting empty? So family, I and my brother, we decided to bring in, since we're already in tobacco and we had an opportunity to buy the license, so it's like, hey, let's just think a wall, building and everything, and there's nothing like this, I guess, on the west side. There is more on the east side of the state toward this Detroit area, but in Grand Rapids, I think in a high-end cigar lounge would be probably the only one. So consideration to city planning. You heard from Laura what we're trying to do. If there's, like spirits, alcohol, and then of course we're not cooking any food there, but we are letting our customers buy food. So like you guys know, there was a food truck approved right at the corner of Stocking and Bridge. So we're allowing our customers to bring in food from home or from businesses around areas. And so we just have spirits and cigars, so they can welcome, they can be there. And then, so there's, for the business meetings, if there's professional meetings, we're allowing that. Also, after work, of course, people are already stressed out from the work and like, hey, I just want a place to relax a little bit. So be a little drink and smoke there. So that's for a little bit of stress relief after work. And we're carefully considering, how this project links with the neighborhoods and community needs. And we believe it will be a valuable addition to the West Side neighborhood. So Thank you for time considering the proposal for the cigar lounge to the city planning. If there's any questions, we would love to answer from my side, or we have our architectures. If there's any questions from that side, we can talk about it.
Great, thank you. One question is about the humidor, and we like our transparency on the main front.
Yep, so transparency-wise, we've been working also other retails on north side of the street, Bridge Street. There's existing 7 windows. So we were thinking like 50% is pretty close, so we're covering that 3 windows on the north side to put the humidor. So it's, Laura mentioned it's 46%, 47, so we're almost there. And to design, to put that humidor, we're willing to work with it if we have to do something, but if we move the humidor somewhere else, there is not enough space to do it because it's going to block even more transparency if we do it on any other side. So either we have to make the humidor smaller if we have to, or, because our main goal is to get the cigar. Cigar is our main business. So what we would like to do is just also have customers to come in, smoke the cigar there, also buy the cigar and take it home. So if we have more inventory, more variety, people will be able to do it. So that's why we need a little bit more space for the humidor. Because, there's some cigars, I don't know if anybody smokes cigars, but there's some cigars that you cannot find in every shops. It's like a limited editions and stuff. So we will have an opportunity as a cigar lounge to get it from the manufacturer. So we will have that cigar until it's gone. So it's like a limited edition. So retailers are the second option in that business from the manufacturer. Cigar lounges are the first option to get those products to introduce to the customers. So in that perspective, I think the bigger the humidor that we have would be better for us to keep the inventory. And inside the humidor, we have to have a certain amount of temperature and also the humidity to be kept around 70%. So transparency.
We don't want the windows
Right, and also the humidor has to be like its temperature and humidity. And also if we keep that window open, we don't want any sidewalk people or any kids or anybody to just look in there and say, hey, there's lots of cigars from the window. So we're trying to block those 3 windows for the transparency.
So, I am not an ongoing aficionado of cigars, but I did have them twice in an earlier life. But I do not, so is a humidor like a storage space or is it a sales space?
It's a storage place for the cigar that you can go and grab the cigar and to buy.
To buy. And it's because it needs a separate kind of temperature.
Yes.
So did you look at any, would the vault be?
So yeah, we are using a vault as a cigar humidor too.
Okay.
So there will be 2. We are using existing vault as a cigar storage and humidor. The other one that we're adding to, like I said, keeping more inventory to have, to get more varieties to the customers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me. This is usually cigar smokers, and everybody think guys are only smoke cigar. Like you said, you only had 2 of them in a life. What we are trying to bring in this particular place is a ladies friendly also. So not like some girls be like, hey, I want to smoke cigar. And there is some cigars out there now that is like coffee flavored or maybe a different flavor. So we're going to bring those. So I'm saying it's not just going to be like a guy's cigars or guy's thing. We want to put something out for ladies friendly too. So, anybody can join. So if a husband smokes a cigar and wife doesn't, she can come in with it and be like, all right, hey, I'm just going to join you, drink, and then go home. If she wants to smoke and he doesn't want to smoke, they can come in also.
Did you do any engagement with the surrounding property owners or neighbors?
For cigars?
Yeah, for this use.
So we did talk to Stockbridge Association, because I'm in we have a business next door. Talked to Jessica, Mitch, and everybody. They're okay with it. Talked to Richard Epp. He works for the city. He's go for it. He's like, hey, that would be a nice addition to the neighborhood. Talked to John Ball, a couple associations around it. They're okay, so I don't. And then houses too. We have some letters for supporting for our neighborhoods.
surrounding.
Yep, from the surrounding housing too.
And then related to the patio materials, are you amenable to putting something that would allow water to go through instead of just replacing the concrete?
So existing drive-through was already an asphalt. So we replaced it with a concrete.
So you've already done the
We already did it. So there was an issue with the buildings. I guess we've been next door in 40 years. That building had a lot of water damage coming in like next door from the wall. So to fix that problem, we had to do it. So we already spent money to fix that water leaking problem coming into the building.
I see. And then related to, could you talk more about your plans for like live entertainment inside?
So live entertainment, it's not going to be like a huge club or bars or anything. If there's 20, 30 people in there and if somebody wants to get up and want to play like a guitar or something like that, that's what we're adding. It's not like a club or anything. It's just like a live entertainment because when we get our liquor license, the Liquor Control Board says if you do not mention any live music in there, and if somebody is up there and playing music and if they come in and they see it, they're going to shut our license down for the alcohol. So we had to mention as a live entertainment, but the live entertainment is not going to be disturbance with the neighborhood or loud or anything. It's just like for restaurants and bar, like, how you guys have, like, go to restaurants and there'll be like piano or small entertainment.
Okay, thank you.
I just wondered so it looks like you're leaving that storefront system in place on Bridge Street. Are you building a wall behind it? Is that what you were planning?
I didn't understand. Which
Where the humidor is?
So where the humidor is?
You're leaving the storefront system in place, so what would I look at through the window?
So if you're outside and looking into the window from the north side, you will see the 3 windows, but behind the window, there will be a wall for the humidor.
Wall.
So there will be a little bit of space between the window and the humidor. So let's say if for some reason, if we're there, but down the road, if somebody wants to like take out the humidor, they will be able to take out.
Okay, so I think that's good, but it does seem like there's opportunities at minimum to perhaps reduce one of the bays of windows so that the humidor runs more, what would that be? East-west? No,
Instead east-west?
would run north-south?
North and south?
Because you could bump the bar down towards the back of the building a little bit, block 2 windows if the planning commission were so supportive of that, and then use those windows and turn them into perhaps, what do you call them, where you can see goods and products. I lost the word. Display windows, display cases.
So to move the humidor instead of east-west to north and south, there is a big drain coming in from the roof right in this wall. So this used to be a Fifth Third bank manager's office.
Can you come back to the microphone? Sorry, just so make sure our recording secretary.
So that wall it's already there. And that wall used to be a Fifth Third manager's office, and there's a huge roof drain coming into that wall. So if we extend the humidor to north-south, we'll have to move that along with it. Because otherwise, that big drain will be in the middle. So I don't know, we have to work with you guys.
You could put a bulkhead type system around it, I would think. I'm looking at maybe my construction friends, bulkhead around it. Correct?
So we haven't talked on that, but we can, work with the planning commission, with the architects, if we have to.
I'm just trying to make sure the planning commission understands that, whether there's options in place.
For the transparency.
Pardon me?
For the transparency?
Yep. And then planning commission should also note that the proposed outdoor hours of operation are 1 hour past the ordinance for weekends, weekdays.
So that's something I'd like to hear some feedback on when you deliberate. I did note that there was some past exceptions granted, but those properties did not directly abut a residential neighborhood. So when you deliberate, please give that pause, and I bring that up now in case there was questions from you for the applicant.
Any other questions for the applicant?
You know what I'm sorry, go ahead.
Would music, if there were any, I understand the issue with the license, but if there were some, would it be indoors only?
Indoors only.
Okay.
And then what is the capacity for the outdoor seating area?
Together, roughly, I think we're applying for 75, so outdoors 25, 25-ish. Right, Andrew, I think? Yeah, 24.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Then we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Make your way up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Marie Belshak. I am a nearby neighbor and resident of the West Side community. I have lived at 710 Jackson Street Northwest for 20 years now. And I have known the Patel family since they have owned and ran the American Bakery. They are a long-standing, upright, community business-oriented business family. They have done a lot of things that are wonderful for the Bridge Street corridor that is unfortunately not always noticed because it's beyond where Beer Street has developed. And so the impacts of the community and the neighborhood have already been made by the significant development from the beer industry that has already come into the neighborhood. We also have the opportunity, if you look holistically at the designs and the plans for the community, to be bringing in more people. We are now also turning into the Duffler's lot to become residential with amazing green infrastructure. And we also will be having the potential to be considering the food court business that will be down the street, as Mr. Patel had already noted. So as a nearby resident who has lived in the neighborhood and watched these districts change, I want to throw my support behind the Patels and this kind of cutting edge, custom, high-end, and different cultural venue that can be brought to the city. I am a non-smoker, but I also have the privilege of being able to smell everyone's weed in my neighborhood. So we have to consider that the enjoyment of people, even if it impacts you, you don't always have the control over. But the ability to bring people into the community and create lively third spaces that make Grand Rapids great is a very Grand Rapidian West Side thing. And I really want to support entrepreneurs who are doing things like this and extending that down beyond what has been, Bridge Street entertainment zone already. And on the noise front, I just want to make note that their interest in the community is going to be far less of an impact than the noise that I'm going to be hearing 24/7 and beyond the currently extended by the Zoning Commission and Planning Commission of the soccer stadium. So all of these things already are going to be of impact. And on the transparency thing, I think 46% is close enough. I think that if you look at and consider the transparency also as part of their outdoor patio, they are overly meeting it. And we have plenty of room on that corner, the way it's set up, to be visual.
Hello, my name is Amina Nakic, and I am a resident of Grand Rapids. I've had the pleasure of knowing the Patel brothers and their plans with the Cigar Lounge, and I'm fully in support of it. I think it would bring something completely new to Grand Rapids, although we do have a current Cigar Lounge, an outdoor one, and just the aspects that he's looking to bring. As a woman, I am actually very grateful that it is inclusive. I myself have not had a cigar either, but it is something I'd be willing to try if it was something that was coffee flavored for sure. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of it. I think it could definitely bring some light to Grand Rapids and just bring a whole new vibe to the west side that we definitely need over there. And like I said, they're great people. They have helped the community in so many ways, especially the west side. So I definitely support them, and I hope you guys do too.
All right, good afternoon. Lucas Leverett. Two aspects. One, I am a West Side resident. I'm also the Vice President of the West Grand Neighborhood Organization, as some of you know. I tend to take a straight shooter approach to everything, as many of you also know, for good or bad, depending on your perspective. And we take an interest, and I'm not speaking for the board, I'm not speaking for the organization, I'm speaking for the perspective of someone who sees a lot of these proposals. And it is an adjacent space to our turf in West Grand. So we have a very big interest in the corridor of Bridge Street. Also, I'm a member of the Stockbridge Business Association. I was there to see these gentlemen present in the first place. And there was a rousing, unanimous excitement in that room. I think this is a great idea. I'll give you a quick couple of anecdotes why I like this. One, I've been at a cigar lounge to fake it and choke back and try to fit in with the big boys while I talked about a startup project back in Nashville. I can't smoke for anything. I do my weed as edibles because I'll just choke out, right? I know how to theater smoke because I have a theater minor, which might make everything clear to some of you what happens at this podium sometimes. But that kind of establishment is key and very interesting in this landscape. And if you look at what's going on Bridge Street, and this gets me to my other anecdote, this fits in perfectly. As a marketer, as a brand experience professional, a district with this kind of offering in line, if you look at what's going on there, it's a perfect addition to that district. If you look at what the Rapid River establishment is going to do with what I believe will be the best rooftop bar in this city, and coming from Nashville, I know a couple things about rooftop bars. Geez. This is a corridor that's going to give you a little bit of everything. And it's going to extend that social experience, which can be a little bit choppy when you're trying to travel down Bridge Street. We got some weird stuff. We're getting a lot of continuity there. You're going to be able to dine, drink, socialize, go back and eat more. Whatever it is that you're going to do, you can do it in a line in a very cohesive district. I think the experience of that is great. Before we moved here on one of our many visits, due to my partner being from Ludington, we drove through Bridge Street and drove down Stocking. Ironically, the street we would end up living on. And I saw people and I saw what was going on there. I thought, man, this is a cool little district. This would be a neat place to live. My favorite beer is right there, too. And Dragon's Milk is the thing that brought me to craft beer. I like that. It'd be neat to, oh, really? We got that house? Sweet. So I think this is a great addition. I really want to see you support it. I think there's some ways they can work on retail design that works around the screening issues. So thank you, guys.
Anyone else?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're still in the public hearing, so anyone else like to comment on this case?
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Guidry. I just recently moved to the Grand Rapids area, maybe like 5-6 years ago. I just wanted to say that hearing about their cigar lounge development, these people are beloved by the community. I remember the first time that I came here, I happened to be at the bar, but the community members talked greatly about how important these people have been, how impactful they have been, and just how much that they support their initiatives. With this lounge being as inclusive as it is, being as innovative as it is, I think what better place to host this than Grand Rapids? When I think of innovative, this is the city I think of, and I think this would be the perfect place for this lounge. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on this case? All right, we'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up.
sorry to, earlier, but just the two things I want to say. Mention about smoking. So in this place, we're only smoking cigars. So I know a lot of people understand like it's a smoking exemption license. So people will be able to smoke like cigarettes, hookahs, and everything else. But at this building, we're not bringing no cigarettes, nothing, only cigars. So I just want you guys to know that, no hemp, I guess, marijuana products or nothing like that, only cigar. And of course, in the family, I used to smoke, but I haven't smoked in 20 years. So now, since this project, maybe considering trying out some cigars. But I just wanted you guys to know that only cigars, nothing else. Thank you.
All right, commissioners.
I thought it was a good point on the transparency on the front. I think they're almost at where you need to be walking up and down the street. There are some older buildings that don't even have as much. But when you also throw in the outdoor space, very transparent, if you took that into consideration, there's a lot of frontage, transparency on the frontage of this. So I don't have a problem with partially covering some of the frontage windows.
Sorry. No, go ahead. I was just going to echo that. This is the other cigar lounge in the city was mentioned, but this will make it number 2. And I like everything. I don't even smoke cigars like some of the people I've never smoked a day in my life. But I've always wanted to go to a cigar, mostly because I watch a lot of Love and Hip Hop, and that's where they always are. And so this is great. So I would love to go here. I think this is a good place. I am not as concerned about, well, I shouldn't say as concerned. I'm not too concerned about the transparency because we do almost make it. But also, I think for the specific use, I'm not so sure if that is even, if we want to have too much transparency. I don't know. It sounds weird, but if I'm walking along the street there, do I want 75% transparency on a cigar lounge, or is it a place where adults could be able to hang out without being in public, I guess, if that makes sense.
I do think there's room to do something to make some visual interest there if that's, if we're good with the transparency, covering up those windows. I too am very comfortable with this use. I lived at 714 Bridge when it was American Bakery next door and frequented it and watched Little Mexico burn down and all of that. And so, yeah, I'm happy to support this application today. And while there's no food that's going to be there, I appreciate that they will be supporting other local businesses by allowing folks to bring in food from those. I'm not worried about the outdoor operation, the outdoor hours of operation. They're pretty consistent with what's around, and with the seating capacity only being 24, it's not going to have big impacts on the neighbors, I don't think. And obviously, there's not going to be any outdoor amplified music or live entertainment either. I don't know if I covered everything.
I am a cigar smoker, but only on Friday nights. And I have a cigar for you, Susan. Oh, you're going to love it. My initial my initial concern revolved around the entertainment, but you addressed that. My concern was that there would be live entertainment, and you would have individuals kind of hanging outside, wrapped around the corner, and hanging out on the sidewalk. But that's not the case. I think it would be a wonderful addition to Bridge Street, something that's not there right now. Yeah, very good.
You have, all right. I'm happy to make a motion, unless others have things to say. Okay, I guess I do want to confirm whether we are comfortable with the Oh, yeah, the concrete, yeah, I guess we should talk about that. I initially was gonna consider the draft condition to require permeable pavers, but because they've already replaced it, I guess I'm open to not doing that.
Yeah, I think also permeable pavers in a dining surface is quite challenging. You can't
Oh, yeah.
get tables to level, you can't slide chairs around, you know, it's very bumpy, so I'm okay with it too.
Okay.
And I guess since I'm on, I'm comfortable with the outdoors and the hours in large part because there's no music out there and it's a relatively small seating area bounded by two buildings, you know, so I don't think that'll be too terrible. I'm not overly concerned about the transparency, although I will say I feel like minor modifications could get us to the transparency that we wanted that wouldn't have a major effect on the operations. You know, relocating a roof drain inside the building is relatively easy, but I'm also I'm relatively comfortable with the way it is. I think the presence of the windows, even if they aren't perfectly transparent, is you know, enough for me in this case because of the use.
Other thoughts on the I guess we have a couple options here in these draft conditions, so I would love some guidance, whether maybe working with staff to see if there are alternative designs that would increase transparency without impacting.
I'm pretty comfortable with it. I don't know, but I heard a couple others say they're comfortable with it.
I think I've heard majority of you say that you're comfortable with it, which is fine. I think if you are inclined, perhaps even looking at some window film or display boxes or something, because looking through a window to the back of the wall is probably not aesthetically pleasing, where some simple film so that the windows stay in place, but that you're not looking through to a wall would seem to be a better option with minimal
Yeah,
expense.
I would agree with that.
Would you mind drafting up a little something for me? Okay. Here, anything else? I missed? Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request. Uh-oh, we have a typo.
Yeah, sorry,
Thank
it
you.
should say 700 Bridge.
Yes, but the applicant name and of Patel's Cigar Lounge and Spirits. I'm sorry, would you pronounce your first name for me so I get it right?
Amit Kumar Patel.
Amit Kumar Patel, thank you. To establish a cigar bar use within a vacant building at 700 Bridge Street Northwest for the following reasons. Thank you. With, approval to establish a new cigar lounge with alcohol service, live entertainment, and a smoking patio. Thank you. At 700 Bridge Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will improve the visual appeal and walkability of the business district and will increase the mix of uses intended for Village Center as indicated in the West Side Area Specific Plan. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.08.e because the outdoor seating area will not interfere with efficient vehicle, bicycle, or pedestrian circulation. The site improvements for the patio will incorporate landscape buffers and additional green space. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment. Because the proposed use will be consistent with the mixed-use nature of the neighborhood, the proposed use will add a unique business to the district and complement existing uses. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because the outdoor seating area will activate a former drive-through that is no longer needed. Landscaping planters and decorative fencing will provide a buffer between the outdoor seating area and Bridge Street, and adequate parking is provided. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare because outdoor hours of operation are consistent with other similar uses in the area, and the outdoor seating area has a relatively small capacity. The proposed patio landscape buffer will help mitigate sound, smoke, and light disturbances to nearby uses. and an appropriate indoor air handling system will be installed. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because removal of the curb cut on Bridge Street will enhance the safety of the pedestrian environment. No changes are proposed to the existing building, which is already located at the sidewalk, and the proposed use will activate a currently vacant building. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the conditions of the special land use approval will limit nuisances that require police or code enforcement actions, and the use will be subject to the SEPTED requirements, crime prevention through environmental design. The proposed use will comply with all the other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws because cigar bars are subject to state of Michigan licensing exemption requirements. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because as proposed, the use will be unique compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the scale and hours of operation will inherently limit the intensity and impact of the use, will encourage increased foot traffic between nearby businesses. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because an adequate alcohol management plan is in place. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions at A, approvals as seen on the screen.
Do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. That a transparency waiver shall be granted for the north building elevation and that an opaque film be added to the 3 windows adjacent the humidor room.
Great. That the use shall comply with the requirements of the Crime Prevention through Environmental Design or SEPTED ordinance. 4, that all live entertainment shall take place indoors, occur no later than the hours of operation, and that there shall be no ticket sales for any live entertainment events, and doors and windows shall remain closed when indoor music and entertainment occurs. That the patio shall close no later than 11 p.m. Monday through Thursday, midnight Friday and Saturday, and 10 p.m. Sunday. That there shall be no outdoor amplified music or live entertainment, and that the curb cut on Bridge shall be removed with curb and gutter restored to city standards.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. I'd like to check in with my fellow commissioners. We have 2 who have to leave between 4:15 and 4:30. Do others have deadline? Okay. Thank you.
I know staff is also working to make as brief presentations as possible to make sure that we have time at the end for the discussion for the master plan. So we have been connecting to make sure that we can try to move at least our portion along as quickly as possible.
The next item on the agenda is a request for a new concept at 975 Ottawa Avenue Northwest. The establishment is to be called Silva. It will include a full-service restaurant with indoor bocce courts and other games such as that, and outdoor seating, along with a separate event venue for live entertainment, weddings, and corporate events, as well as indoor parking. There are several elements of this project that will require special land use approval. That includes outdoor seating with alcohol service associated with the restaurant, the event venue banquet hall use with alcohol service, an outdoor deck associated with the event venue, and waivers to required elements for the proposed parking garage. Now, although the restaurant with alcohol service can be administratively approved because they plan to close before midnight, we have incorporated it into this planning commission case just so that they don't need to have separate approvals. The site is located in the city center. It's in a building on a lot of about an acre in size. It was a former recreational facility for the Berkey and Gay Furniture Company. The building itself is about 60,000 square feet. We have a couple of photos here of the building. Unfortunately, it was during the day. There's construction going on there, but you get the idea. It's a two-story building, and so there are a couple of concepts that are proposed. I guess that's the north side of the building, is proposed a restaurant on the ground floor, and along with bocce, darts, and pool. What is under consideration is the outdoor seating associated with the restaurant. And there's a couple things I do want to mention about that. We'll have seating for about 50 seats. I do want the applicant to clarify the intended time of the outdoor seating. So that's ultimately what we're looking at here with the outdoor seating. I do want to also mention that there is a letter of opposition that has been received from the adjacent property owner, Protocam, and you can see their building in this slide, in this photo here, and they are on the other side of this vacated Walbridge Street. Part of it belongs to the 975 Ottawa. The other half belongs to Protocam. However, there is an exclusive easement to Protocam, and that Protocam maintains, that gives them exclusive rights to use even the 975 Ottawa property. So there's a lot of information in your packet about that, along with a court judgment. Relative to zoning, we do not enforce those kinds of things. We don't enforce those private easements. And so today, we really are looking at the outdoor seating use and how that comports with zoning. The matter of that easement really is a private matter that will need to be worked out between those two property owners. I hope I got that correct. So I just want to mention that. So we're going to be looking at the outdoor seating, where you see the trees here. The ground floor restaurant that's closing by midnight that can be administratively approved. Then there's the event venue. It will have a capacity of up to 1,400 people. It will be on the second floor. Oh, actually, here's the outdoor seating. It will be on the second floor. There'll be a combined, the entrance will be next to the restaurant entrance. The alcohol use associated with the event venue is what is under consideration today. I'll let the applicant talk a little bit more about how they intend to use that. The other thing that is under consideration relative to the event venue is an outdoor deck. This will serve as a place for fresh air. There will be no food or drink intended to be outdoors. And there is emergency egress. So we're looking at the outdoor use there and its potential impacts on neighbors. We might want to have the architect talk a little bit more about how it's intended that this design may or may not block sound. or attenuate sound from that deck. The last thing that I want to mention, and I don't remember what slide, here we go, is the parking garage. So the applicant is not proposing to build a new parking garage. They propose to fashion it from a portion of the building. And they propose to have, to punch in two new, I have to find the right slide, openings for ingress and egress, as you can see here on this slide that I'm showing you. And it will be controlled with sound so that for safety. So the portion that is under consideration today is the width of that. We do require an active use of at least 75% where we have a parking deck. The applicant proposes to use about, have about 50% of the building remaining as an active use, with the approximately other 50% as the parking garage. So that is something that the Planning Commission should consider. So we have received letters of support from the Monroe North Business Association and the neighbors of Bell Lamp Lookout, and we have received a letter of concern from Protocam about the use of the area north of the subject property. Do you have any questions for me before I turn it over to the applicant?
With the game room that's proposed kind of in the center of the building, it would appear that the activated front facade is quite a bit greater than 50%, at least to my eye. Is that?
Yes. Yes. Yes, but I don't think it doesn't. Oh, that's true. You are right. You are right. I guess it is more than 50%, but we need 75% active use. So it is less than 75%.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Any other questions for Elizabeth? Okay, thank you. We'll invite the applicant up to share additional information.
Well done.
Thank you. If you want to
Great.
forward, or you can use
Thank you
as
for
a
that.
minute.
That was very well done. The only thing I was going to mention was the 75% thing, and you already did it. So the 6 windows you can see there, they're currently dark, but we're actually taking the film off of them, or we're going to replace them. So every window right up to north is that way. So every window right up to north of the entrance will be open, and you can see inside. I do not have prepared comments for today, and we're nearing the end of the day, so I don't want to drone on and on. This is the only time I've ever done a project like this, and hopefully the only time I ever will. So I don't know what I'm doing up here. So I don't know what to do next at this point. Do we have a question and answer? Do you want to go to discussion? Do you want me to talk about
No
the
prepared speech is required, so it's an opportunity. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
I do have one. Can you talk about the rationale for the indoor parking deck? Because it looks like you have a 10-year lease on the parking lot to the south there, and there's no required parking, and you're only going to be able to have small cars in there. So
Well, I've started 7 businesses and 4 of them have failed. So this is my way out if it fails. When I bought the building, I learned on day 1 there's no parking with it. Only paid parking on the street. So I figured if I can't be successful with the business and I got to sell it, it makes it easier to sell it probably to like a company that would then do an open plan office with a showroom maybe up in the event space, and then enough cars for them to do 28, 30 staff.
So is the parking public parking or staff parking?
I would say it's a hybrid. Anybody can go in as long as they're willing to pay. So it's for customers. I don't want to drone too much, but one of the ideas we have is to encourage people to come early. So only about 20% of our parking is that indoor parking. It's fully heated, it's enclosed, it's secure, have music playing on speakers in there and stuff. And so anyone can make money at 7:30. The question is, can you make money at 4:30? So we're trying to get people indoors a little bit earlier, particularly the 60, 70-year-old segment that, as you probably know, don't love to come downtown and walk far distances.
Unless they live downtown already.
Yes.
Can you walk us through the outdoor seating and what you expect to happen out there?
Sure. So on the north side of the building, as you come out, oh, someone's got control. Thank you. So for the first consideration we had was sound. Obviously, with the 350 tenants at the boardwalk, we're hoping they're going to be our built-in customers. So as you go that way, which would be towards the west, the trees go, well, we're stopping our seating before that last tree. We don't want sound to travel directly to the windows of the tenants that are in the boardwalk. Also, our neighbor to the north has a turnaround easement back there. We don't want to impede that. He has big semis coming in, and there's quite a big kind of mushroom head at the end of that alley where they can go ahead and do all that. So we just kind of brought it to the east or away from the boardwalk. We do have 2 outdoor speakers that we're going to mount there. We don't have live music or anything, it's just background music. But we had 3 originally. We eliminated the one that was closest to the boardwalk. We don't want sound to kind of ambiently travel over in that direction. The 2 gaming lanes will be just behind that wrought iron fence that you see there. The design is slightly different because we're going to have the gate be in the middle, but we're going to have a little, like a mini golf one. You probably know Big Mini Putts coming into town. They're going to do one of our lanes for us, kind of refresh it every year to keep it new. The other one probably going to be washer toss. I wanted to do horseshoes, but our insurance guy told me I was crazy. And then just beyond that, at the first tree, each tree, so there's 5 of them, just to the east of each tree, there'll be one seating area. They're all unique. One might be a picnic table, one might be a fire table, one might be outdoor swinging chairs, or who knows what it's going to be. But a lot of this is to create everyone's unique place that they want to go. The indoor seating's the same way. So we want, if you like a certain spot, we want you to come at 6 o'clock. We want you to know we don't take reservations, so if you come at 7:30, you might have to wait or you might not get the spot that you want. So that's kind of the idea about outside. The other, were you referencing the other terrace as well, or just this one in your question? So the other terrace is purely just kind of a little bit of like overflow fresh air. We're not putting cocktail tables out there. We don't plan to service out there. It's way too far away from our service stations to begin with. But I'm a little bit concerned that people might get claustrophobic. They might just want to be outside for a little bit. They might want to just go see what downtown looks from there. It is not nearly big enough to accommodate everybody in the facility. I don't know, was it 100 people? Less than 50. It was less than 50? You know, so out of a 1440 capacity, it's something that we're going to have to control and monitor for sure to make sure not too many people are going out there. We did decide recently, if you look just to the, I guess that would be west of this, that window is not currently open. We're going to blow that window open to, again, encourage people to not necessarily go outside to see the view. Maybe they can stay inside and just look out that one window.
What's the capacity for the outdoor seating on the north side?
We haven't designed it yet
okay.
right now, and we are in a court case with our neighbors to the north regarding where that lot line ends. I would guess 6 people at each table and then no 2 tops or anything, so that would take us to 30 out there. Then probably add another 4 to 6 for the gaming lane area.
Anything else?
This is funner than just talking. Give them to me.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. Now is your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Drucke, and I'm an attorney at Rhodes McKee, and I represent Protocam. And Protocam, as Elizabeth had indicated, had filed a letter of opposition. While, and I understand and appreciate Elizabeth, her comments with respect to your relative enforceability of that, but that is nonetheless very relevant to whether or not this outdoor dining area is compatible with my client's industrial manufacturing use. They've been in that business, in that location since 1993, relocating to downtown from Wyoming. They have had issues with respect to interruptions in its business over the course of the years, and so it is very relevant in terms of the prior rezoning that took place in 1994 when we were before the city of Grand Rapids, and the city of Grand Rapids implemented something in order for them to complete their business in an uninterrupted fashion. And so with respect to an outdoor seating area where we have 50 people outside and my client is having deliveries on an 18-wheeler coming in there to deliver some of its necessary materials, there are significant safety issues. There are issues with where their trucks come in. Their trucks have hit trees in the past. They've cut trees in the past in order for its deliveries to come into its only means of access. The industrial availability in the downtown area is shrinking. And so in terms of policy and good planning, in good zoning decisions, we have to take into account not only the desire to put this business in here, but also maintaining and supporting the existing businesses in our community that have been here for years and years. And so interruptions in those businesses, and then the then safety risks that they will face when we have people dining outside from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., I think are things that these commissioners should take into account. And while we're not asking you to enforce a judgment of Judge Suit that was affirmed on appeal and indicated and expressly stated that they have an exclusive easement all the way up to within feet of that building, should necessarily be a very important consideration as to whether this use is compatible for outdoor dining. And I submit that it is not, given those issues, their ability to operate. And I'd like for the commissioners to, in terms of harmonious, I'm going to give to Elizabeth, and I would like for the commissioners to review how we have had issues with interruptions in our businesses since MWS purchased this property. So I'm going to provide these to Elizabeth, and you can look at those. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on this case?
Good afternoon. My name's Daniel Bradley. I'm the Vice President of Protocam. When we moved in 1993, the zoning was industrial. At that time, a company called the Charlevoix Club moved into 975 Ottawa. They started having events and drinking and patrons, and we had a lot of trespass issues. We kept complaining to the city about the trespass issues. And eventually, we got through to Mayor Logie and some of the city officials and maybe even the city commission. And they pressured the owner of 975 Monroe to get rid of the Charlevoix Club and give us an exclusive easement so we could run our business without having trespassers. We even had people drinking coming into a manufacturing plant. So it was a lot of problems for us. So they wanted to change the zoning from industrial to industrial commercial, and we opposed it because of all the problems we had. Consequently, they come up with the easement, and they also come up with Butterworth Rehabilitation Center going to occupy that building, that there'd be no more drinking, there'd be no more crowds, there'd be no more events, and they'd be running their business out of the south end of the building. With that said, we agreed to the zoning change from just industrial to industrial commercial. And for almost, we haven't had any trouble with that building since, until this last year or two, and his people working on the building, trespassing, and and now we're in court spending thousands of dollars to keep our rights. I would hope that this city commission or planning commission would understand that we had a quid pro with, giving that zoning in exchange for peace, for a quiet enjoyment of our building. Please consider that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Thomas, and I'm an employee at Protocam. And I think that Patrick and Dan pretty much covered everything I wanted to say, but I'm here, so I'll say a few more words. And thank you for the time. As I've said, we've been in business over there for over 20 years, and we've enjoyed peaceful enjoyment. Since MWS has purchased the building, we've had quite a few interruptions, and that makes it concerning knowing that there's going to be outdoor dining and drinking. Some of the issues that we have had have been cars parking on Wallbridge, despite the numerous signs up, don't park there, including MWS putting up a sign for construction not to use that road for deliveries and stuff. They still do it. They come in, they park, which makes it difficult. It's a really small road, so it makes it difficult for those huge semis to come in and out. And if a semi comes up and they can't come in for our delivery, we're charged for that. If they can't make it in, then we're charged. So that's a concern for us. There's porta potties parked or sitting on Wallbridge for the construction users or workers to use. We have had issues with some people pulling over and using them, pulling over on Wallbridge and using the porta potties and then leaving. I guess they really had to use the bathroom. We have also discovered, since those have been in place, we've discovered and cleaned up empty beer bottles, used syringes or appear to be used, clothes, bedding. So there's concerns of, I've pulled in myself in the morning and seen some homeless people sleeping out there by the porta potties. There at one point was a large dumpster dropped off in the middle of the Wallbridge for construction use, which made it difficult, if not impossible, for our employees to get in and out, because that is our only exit and entrance for our employees as well. Our parking is at the back of the building. So it took us about a half day to get that moved, but it did get moved. But at the same time, it was a disruption to business. The construction vehicles have blocked our employees' vehicles in, parked in front of them, and then they take off and go to do their job. But that caused probably a safety risk. If our employee needs to leave for an emergency for any reason, then we have to go find the people that left the vehicle to ask them to move it. That's time consuming. And then there's deliveries. Myself, I was parked there and I had a delivery truck or a vehicle block me in. And so I waited, and finally I waved a gentleman down, and it was his vehicle. He said, "I'm trying to find somebody to make this delivery." And I said, "Well, could you move your vehicle? I need to leave." And he was gracious, and he did. But it is a problem, so it's concerning going forward. If there's going to be outside dining and drinking on that street, it's concerning to us, very concerning. So I ask you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on this case? Okay, we'll close. Oh, one more.
Hello. My name's Elizabeth Maeli. I live at Boardwalk Condominiums, so I'm your neighbor. I'm very excited about this project, but I do have concerns about noise, so I'm hoping that that can be addressed for the residential community adjacent. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And do you have particular noise concerns, like people from outside or inside, or?
Outdoor speakers, just noise in general late into the evening when we're trying to sleep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and invite the applicant back up to respond to anything that you heard, if you like.
Regarding the noise, the whole west side of the building that faces the boardwalk, we're not opening up any windows or anything on that side. So we're going to keep that solid wall. I did forget to mention, if you can put the slide back to that south terrace from the event center. I did forget to mention we're building a sound wall. So as you come out of the facility, on your right side, there would be a 10-foot tall, is it 10 foot? I can't remember. 9-foot tall wall. So it's that kind of wood stuff you see over on the left side of that. And then that same 17 and a half feet that it comes out, it goes 17 and a half feet to the east, just so that when those doors are open, as people come or go from the event center, just no sound can directly go over there. I don't really have a lot to reference about the other comments that were made. I don't think this is the forum for a back and forth on that. Nothing else. Thank you.
Clarify, though, like they have the right to operate their trucks and
certainly.
deliveries.
And they are correct. I did get a call at like 6:45 one morning. We accidentally dropped a dumpster there instead of in front of our building. I thought it was gone by 8. She said it'd take a half day. I'm not sure. And there was a day that a cement truck, he just took a wrong turn and someone said to him, hey, and he moved out. I don't know what else is on there, but we're not really using that street. I think with the wall, not really. We aren't using that street. I wish my neighbors would just put a gate up, because people are going to turn around. People are going to park there. If they're in the car especially, they're not worried about a ticket or a tow truck. So a lot of times people that I don't even know, they're just hanging out there waiting for someone, checking their email, making a phone call, trying to just get off the busy street for a little bit. It'd be really convenient for us if there was just a gate. So then we don't want to use that street. Also, the wall that we're building between our outdoor seating and their facility, I'm hoping it would preclude anyone from wanting to walk around that wall into the alley, because they wouldn't be able to see the people that are on the other side of that wall. So I don't think that's a concern, but I can't promise that no one's ever going to walk in that street, ever.
And those are your contractors that are working in
The
the
dumpster was a subcontractor. I believe it was a cement truck a couple months ago that did the intrusion, but I'm not sure, and it was probably a subcontractor.
Okay, because the pictures that were handed out do show a lot of use of that street by what it looks like are contractors.
There are 6, no, sorry for that easement. There are 3 easements. I personally believe what she was talking about was Consumers Power or DTE, because they do go down that street. They intentionally park on that street. They're allowed to park on that street. So when they come in, they do what they do and they go. I don't believe any of our contractors have ever parked on that street. I don't believe they've ever done any work from that street. I know that one time, like our skid steer, which should go down the driveway, I know that he curved off and went onto Walbridge for 5 or 6 seconds. I know their cameras picked it up. I know they sent a cease and desist to us. So not a lot happens on that street without them immediately notifying us. So I can't speak to, I'm not there 24 hours a day, but I just kind of feel like from the feedback we've gotten from, I know about the dumpster, I know about the truck. In the 13 months that we've been doing demolition and construction, 5,000 trucks, 3,000 trucks, I don't know exactly how many have come in and out. I know we've done over 4,000 cubic yards of our dumpsters. So it's a lot of activity, and mistakes have happened for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Did you let us know what hours you're hoping for ending outdoor seating during each day?
What'd you say? Within the allowable. Oh, yeah, within our allowable. It won't be open beyond our regular hours, but I mean, that's a conversation to be had with you folks.
Okay.
You know, I don't really care if it's not past 9 or 8:30. Well, 8:30 might be into the dining time.
Sure.
But we are not going to be an after-hours facility. We're where you go for the fun, not where you go after the fun.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
Can we get clarification again, maybe from our city attorney, on this issue really isn't, the vacated street is not a part of our consideration today, if I understand right?
the property rights that are being disputed in court and court decisions related to individuals utilize or invoking their rights or asserting their rights and use is not necessarily in and of itself part of this decision. I think as you review the neighborhood considerations, although that traditionally falls on residential considerations as opposed to the interplay between industrial and commercial uses, that's a little bit more of a consideration, but I don't think the court cases and, both parties, I think, have stated to us that we should let that play out in the court, which is the best forum for determining rights. I am certainly compassionate, I guess, about what has happened in the past and how those decisions may have influenced business owners' utilization and expectations over time. But I wouldn't necessarily encourage this commission to consider those things. I would stick to the considerations before you.
Thank you very much.
On that topic, Susan, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that it is an option if there, and I'm not recommending this at this time, but it is an option to get a more detailed, comprehensive legal opinion and have this commission consider a well-articulated legal opinion in writing if you felt discomfort around anything that's been said today.
If I may weigh in, and I don't want to do the court's work, and I don't think they want us to do their work, and I think our role here is simply on what is the prospective use of this building. Is it appropriate zoning, those kinds of things that we take into consideration for anything else. So I just wanted to be absolutely clear, though, that I don't have to do the court's work, because that is a whole different, they're going to have a lot more information. What they say supersedes, I imagine, what we say, and I don't know that I want to play the role of getting in the middle of that.
I'm sorry, we're doing discussion, right? Okay. Generally, I'm in support of this. I do have concerns, again, just about that wall there, like somebody had mentioned, I forget who. Obviously, we don't want people walking out in the street there, getting run over by a semi. We don't want that. We don't want pedestrians. We don't want people who are coming to this place. We don't want them near the semis going in and out of there. And I don't know how many do in a day, and I don't know the time, but I also don't think that matters. Because if this is a place that's being used, especially into the night, right, there are going to be people walking along the street there. There are going to be people hanging out there. Somebody's going to do something stupid, and they're going to get hurt, and then we're going to be ready to blame the manufacturer facility for obviously something that they didn't do. So that's probably my only concern there, that we want to make sure that they are not getting too close to the street. And then secondly, I think my other concern is the existing manufacturing facility, right? We want to be providing places where commercial spaces can have opportunities in the city, but as well as manufacturing facilities. We want to be able for folks to be able to live, to play, and to work downtown. And this place has been here longer than I've been alive, and so I do think it's something that we want to keep them there. That said, I don't think this use drives them away. But their concerns are valid. Unless they want to be getting sued every night for somebody walking out there in the street, I do think that we should think about how this building, how that patio is situated along that street, and whether or not they're using it, at least as it appears to be in these pictures that we have.
Yeah, I guess maybe clarifying whether the gates on here are for emergency egress. Is that the case? It is. Okay, so people won't be coming in and out of that seating area just willy-nilly, thank you. That's what I was going to say, and then I was gonna try. Right. So I think that helps with that, that patrons can't just walk in and out of that area. It sounds like a lot of the disturbance that's happening right now is related to construction, and so my hope is that the applicant is communicating effectively with the contractors and subcontractors so that these things don't happen. They happen as little as possible, and that once construction is done, that it doesn't seem like, based on the plans we have in front of us, that operations will inhibit the industrial use to the north. And I agree, we don't want to push out our businesses from this district. So, but I am comfortable with the use in general too.
Sorry, I just want to pick it back. Not that it's the applicant's fault or, I would say even his response. I mean, he's not the police or parking enforcement, but if this building is being utilized, there are going to be people who are parking on that street, who are trying to park on that street. So I just wanted to put that up on the record. Not that it is his fault or his responsibility, but if you're riding through downtown and you're going to a place that fits 1,400 people, why park 3 blocks away when you can park right here on the street?
But if you had a gate there, I guess one of the things I like about the project is that you go from on Monroe, North Monroe, you've got a lot of residential and coffee shops and bars and things like that. This, I think, is a transition then to helping the industrial stay in that area, because, industrial and residential don't always mix as well. But with this kind of a place, which operates in the evenings, you've got something that transitions to that industrial, and I think creates kind of a barrier, but also something available to the residential neighborhood. So, it's unique. This is a growing area, so we do have to consider those that are already there and some of the new that are coming. But I don't see this as interfering with the business of Protocam, and hopefully the two parties can work together to come up with ways in which they, respect each other and work around some of the issues that might come up. Particularly, and I agree, I think a lot of it seems at this point to be related not to the operation of the entity, but of the construction. And I do think, there's other places you can put this or that or park and stuff, or just get an agreement of time and things like that.
Do we want to talk about the hours of operation outside?
Sure.
Right now, it looks like the outdoor seating is the same as inside, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday through Thursday, and Friday and Saturday until 12 a.m.
Feels like 10 p.m. might be more appropriate based on other cases we've had in similar circumstances, at least for the Monday or Sunday through Thursday hours or days. And then I'd be comfortable, I think, with midnight on Friday and Saturday.
I share all the concerns that were raised in the perspective. I think the use could be okay, but I do think this is hard for me to really read the plans and have confidence that this design meets the needs of the situation. And I guess what I would like to see is actual designs of how the outdoor seating is going to prevent people from impinging on the operation of the Protocam. And then I know we see a rendering or of a sort of wooden wall, but we don't know exactly how big it is. We just, on the plans, it just says outdoor seating.
Were there heights at some point? I did see, yeah, right there, the screen wall height.
Is that the screen wall for the seating, for the outdoor seating?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Because sometimes I also see bollards when downtown you'll see that in different places where you're up against the street.
Yeah, and if a truck grazes against that, making a delivery to Protocam, like, is that sufficient? Like, it just doesn't seem, it doesn't seem well thought out, given the tough situation that it is.
But I guess this is why I wanted to leave it with the courts, because this is about two people sharing usage of this space. And who are we to decide who gets to do what on each and not impact the other?
Yeah, I understand that, but the reality is, if these two uses are this close to each other, there is a built environment, and that's part of the plans that we're reviewing to understand if we think it's appropriate or not. Not the rights question, but the built environment question.
If this is the only piece of the application that the Planning Commission is uncomfortable with because you feel like you need some additional dimension details or layout and such to make a more informed decision about the compatibility of outdoor seating at this location, adjacent industrial use, this piece of the application could be, a decision could be delayed and allow the rest of the case to move forward. And in the meantime, city staff could work with the architect to come up with some additional plans, which, based on the communication, would also allow time for a court discussion to take place, which may or may not be relevant, but timing-wise, there's that. I think more importantly, if you feel like you need more detailed dimension drawings for the use of this space to make a decision, then you could extract this piece of the application or not make a decision on this piece of the application and postpone that until a later meeting.
It's a little bit challenging because I think what we have is a neighbor saying, I have an easement over that property. You cannot approve a use that I have an easement over. And we have a property owner saying that's not true, and they have to figure that out. That's not our purview to figure out, right? Even if they had an easement right up to the edge of that fence, I think the previous points being made around semi-truck deliveries coming down that road right next to a dining location is that's a little bit challenging, right? If the easement is to the back of the curb and you want to put a fence at the back of the curb, and it feels like maybe a setback should be there. So I guess I don't know that I don't know that I want to separate it. I'm overall in favor of the use and the overall proposal. I guess could we potentially condition it? I don't know if there's a way to condition it upon resolution of that dispute, but I think if it was a different scenario and we had an easement that was unclear and a neighbor asking us to consider their position on easement usage, I don't know how we would handle that, I guess, but that's essentially what we have here in my mind.
Well, I think our guidance has been consistent in the past as well, that where it's an easement between two private property owners, the Planning Commission does not have the ability to consider the language of the easement. That's between the two property owners of whether or not the proposed use of that space violates the terms of the easement. So this land area is on the property of the applicant.
Yes, and if the survey is correct, which I assume it is, then the applicant actually owns to the center line of the abandoned street, in which case I would be in favor of approving the application as presented.
I'm in favor of approving it as done. Again, city attorney, the court ruling, would that change what we did, and would that be the standing? So that we don't have to worry about we see that there is disagreement between two property owners, and as you said, we don't have jurisdiction, and this is a legal use of property owned by the applicant. But if the court ruled differently, then that supersedes what we have done, and then that takes it to a different realm instead of us.
It feels like the answer to your question is yes. The property ownership rights and who owns what section of this property, I haven't done my own legal analysis on the title work and the deed work, nor have we sought a third-party opinion on title commitment. And I wouldn't encourage the Planning Commission to go down that road for every sort of incident where this may come up between two neighboring property owners. But I do sense that there's some trepidation or hesitation, which I think is legitimate from this commission, to want to have more answers to the questions that are currently unanswered within the courts right now. So I don't want, you're asking the right questions. I think that the way that you're feeling, that's legitimate with the uncertainty that I think exists. Although I would imagine that the two property owners probably feel very strongly that they know the answers and they have a strong opinion about what that answer is. But because there's a pending matter in court and there's been previous court cases, it sounds like there may be some unresolved issues today. So yes, a court can always kind of supersede the proposed action of the Planning Commission to authorize the use if they determine that the landowner doesn't actually have a property right on that piece of property where the use has been authorized, and that would impact the implementation of the authorized use, but it may not necessarily revoke or supersede the decision by the commission.
So again, I feel like I'm comfortable going forward with it, letting the courts do their thing and the Planning Commission do theirs, and given the land ownership that we know, we can approve, or I am comfortable with what has been presented.
I'm sorry.
I think it's also fair to say that this is, your Planning Commission role is not a quasi-judicial board. And so you take information somewhat at face value when professionals sign and seal the information, and it's submitted in an application attested to be truthful by the applicant. You generally take that at face value. And your decision is based on that information that is submitted to you. And so if there were an application that had been, a decision had been predicated upon false information, whether mistaken or not, then that would undermine the decision of the Planning Commission, meaning as city staff, if we became aware of a distinction in what was submitted and what was correct, we would pause any further action, consult with our legal department, and in many cases would probably have to bring it back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration.
I was just going to say for the record, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like this is sort of similar to the Family Dollar cannabis building place where they had an easement and there was a huge argument over the easement of the drive space. But of course, we still went ahead and we approved the actual plan for the building. So I kind of feel like this is the same way. So I just wanted to say for the record, on my part at least, there's no hesitancy. I think this is a good use for the community. I think that this is an appropriate use for the community. Yes, there are concerns, and I would like to see more about the wall there. From what we have heard, though, already, I think the plan as it is, and I think the applicant, as he has stated, does not intend to have people walking out there up on the street. If I'm there just looking at the plan, it probably wouldn't make any sense for me to be walking out up on the street. That being said, that ain't my business. And I think the applicant and the applicant's neighbors can come to an agreement. In the meantime, I'm fully in support of this project, and that's where I stand.
I do wonder too if there's opportunities for some small signage about, directional to customers about entrance this way or parking this way, to help communicate to customers about where they should be, how they should be accessing the site. I think the front entrance is clearly identified, which is always helpful. And I know that in the past, for parking, for example, we have asked for additional efforts by the operator to communicate to their customers, whether it's through the table stand things or just online, about where customers can park and make sure that that's clear messaging kind of on an internal operational side. So I think that there's definitely some opportunities. I can't see Mr. Sellers, but some additional opportunities to try as hard as we can to alleviate the potential for a customer to walk down that space that's not safe when there is no access point for them to use. They should be continuing down Ottawa.
Yeah, I think that's where I would just say, regardless of the easement question, our special land use standards are the proposed use would be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the existing or planned character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment. And we have testimony that the adjacent property will be adversely affected. So this is a consideration regardless of the easement question.
I'm not sure that the testimony means that there will be adverse. It's that they believe that there will be an adverse impact.
Which is why we have to decide if we think it is, but it is something that we have to think about. Yeah. And then secondly, potential adverse effects, and this is my earlier point, potential adverse effects arising from the proposed use would be minimized through the provision of adequate parking, placement of building structures, entrances, as well as screening, fencing, landscaping buffers, or setbacks. To Kristen's point that she just made, which is where I'm at. Like, I could see this being compatible, but I want to be convinced more that the adverse impacts will be as minimal as possible.
I don't think these uses are incompatible with each other, and I think that the inclusion of the fence actually helps to minimize potential adverse effects or the crisscrossing of pedestrians with the neighboring use. I think that the emergency exits to the patio help to ensure that traffic flows out to the street, not into that vacated alley used as a service drive by the neighboring business. So I guess I'm not as concerned about that. While people may try to park there, otherwise I don't think that having outdoor seating here is going to create some pedestrian thoroughfare there. I feel like where parking is available on the opposite side of the building, it will draw people that way more likely. Yeah, I'm in support of the use. I understand the concerns of the neighboring business, but I don't. And whether we consider the legal fight that's going on or not, I agree that we need to consider the potential negative impacts, but I don't see that those will be created here. In fact, I think that activity will likely help clean up some of the issues that the neighboring business has seen in the recent past.
All right, any further discussion? Or does someone have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of MWS Ottawa LLC, Mark Secchia, to use an existing building for plus or minus 1,400 person event venue, banquet hall with alcohol service, live entertainment, and an upper story outdoor deck, a restaurant with alcohol service, indoor, I can't say that word, what's that word? Bocce courts? What is, anyways, and outdoor seating, and a parking garage at 975 Ottawa Avenue Northwest for the following reasons. Proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will improve the visual appeal and walkability of the business district, increase the mix of uses in a commercial area, preserve the buildings and neighborhood's historic character while accommodating growth. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the building is existing and substantially conforms to the TNCC site layout and building element requirements, and is safe, convenient, and well-defined vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian circulation within and to and from the site will be provided. The proposed uses will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood because the uses will be consistent with the desired mixed-use character of this area. The proposed use will add a unique business to the district and complement existing uses. Potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use will be minimized because building interests are oriented away from the existing residential uses. The proposed uses will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or glare, because entertainment will be fully contained indoors. Outdoor hours of operation will be limited. The design of the elevated deck will help mitigate sound and light disturbances to nearby residential uses. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the building is already located near the street and the activation of the building will contribute to the vitality of the district. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city, because the uses are not anticipated to result in nuisances that require excessive code enforcement actions, given the proposed scale, hours, and location. The conditions of the special land use approval will limit nuisances that require police or code enforcement actions. Given the character, location, development trends, and other aspects of the neighborhood, it is demonstrated that the area is underserved by the proposed use and that the proposed location for alcohol sales will demonstrably be an asset to the neighborhood because as proposed, the uses will be unique as compared to existing uses in the neighborhood. The use or change in use as constructed and operated by the applicant is compatible with the neighborhood because the operator or the designee will be on the premises during events. The uses will encourage increased foot traffic between nearby businesses. The use as proposed to be operated by the applicant will minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood because the applicant has procedures prepared so that the use will be operating in a manner that has the potential to minimize or eliminate negative secondary effects on the neighborhood. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions set A approvals, which is on the screen there. 2, event venue banquet facility, that event shall cease by 11 p.m. and the facility vacated by 12 a.m. That the event space may accommodate up to 1,400 individuals subject to occupancy determination by the city's building official and applicable building and fire codes. That the operator or their designee shall be on the premises during all events. That a copy of the facility rental agreement shall be provided prior to issuance of the building permit. That the building shall be soundproof to meet the requirements of the Noise Control Ordinance, Chapter 151, Article 5 of the City Code. The noise analysis and the method of construction being used to meet the standards of the Noise Control Ordinance shall be provided prior to the issuance of a building permit. That doors and windows which may direct sound to residential properties shall remain closed when entertainment occurs. As for the restaurant, that the restaurant shall operate no later than 12 a.m. daily. The outdoor seating shall end by, I think the discussion was 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and by midnight on Friday through Saturday. Number 4, that there should be no live entertainment outdoors. And number 5, that indoor events license should be obtained from the office of the city clerk.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion passes.
Ready for a nap? How's Sandra doing? I have that background, but
Yep,
I didn't.
yep.
So how's Sandra feel? I gotta tell you, yeah. When they announced it, right, that's the. And I haven't seen them
Are we ready? Yep. Okay, our next case is at 701 Ann Street Northwest. This is a request for a new 100,000 square foot plastic film manufacturing and warehouse facility. I am going to go over what's up for consideration. This project meets many requirements that I often summarize. In the interest of time, I will not be summarizing any aspect of this project where requirements are met. And everything is in the staff report. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. For consideration is a special land use approval for the manufacturing of plastics and a request for additional building height. Additional considerations before you with this request are a reduction of the required building transparency and a loading and unloading dock in the front yard. This property is located in the Special District Industrial Transportation. It is bounded by the City of Walker to the north, Railroad right-of-way to the east, and Transitional City Center Zone District to the south. This particular property has been before the Planning Commission a few times in the last several years. It was approved for a cannabis use, and the approvals were amended. Ultimately, the property at 655 Ann, after all the approvals, 2 parcels were created. 655 Ann is where the cannabis use has been approved. It's in development. And 701 Ann is the property before you today. The most recent approval that came before you was a request to demolish the existing buildings without a plan for redevelopment. As you can see in this image, the buildings have been demolished. The Planning Commission approved that, and now there is a plan for this redevelopment before you today. Here is the site plan for the development. There's 2 aspects of this site plan. The proposed building and office is centrally located on the site. To the east is a plan for a future addition to the building. That is not part of this request today. It is not a phasing plan, as this future building is dependent on the success of this request today. It's anticipated it may commence in about 4 or 5 years. But as you can see on the site plan, the building is sited to accommodate future expansion. There are 2 parking areas proposed, one off Ann Street, and that is the loading dock for your consideration. It is in the front yard. However, the applicant is proposing significant landscaping and some landscaping berms to help shield the loading dock from the view of
from Ann Street. They are also proposing just one curb cut off Ann Street with this long turnaround for the trucks to the east to eliminate potential impact of, pedestrian disruption and traffic coming on and off of Ann Street. The parking is provided just west of this office wing of the building. That front yard parking is outside of the Planning Commission approval to allow for front yard parking. A variance is required. The applicant is aware and has submitted an application for a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals. Relative to the use, the raw plastic materials will be dropped off and stored in silos on the north side of the property, and production will run from north to south. This area on the northernmost portion of the building, that is where the additional building height is requested. It's about the first 50 feet of the main part of the building. They are requesting maximum height of 3 stories or 45 feet is allowed, and the request is for 60 feet. And this is to allow the part of the extrusion process requires height for the material to be cooled as it is extruded from the machines, and the equipment requires that height for that cooling process. And it's my understanding that it's only this portion of the building that the additional height is requested. So the Planning Commission should consider the request for the building height as part of the manufacturing process and production requirements, and if it's appropriate as proposed. As far as the plastic manufacturing special land use, the applicant has indicated that the operation will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in 2 shifts. There's no egregious noise anticipated, and an air handling system will be installed to help mitigate any potential odor from the site. Relative to building transparency, if we look at the elevations, you can see that there is no transparency proposed on the warehouse and production portion of the building. All of the transparency is proposed on the office wing. As far as transparency, the numbers, the west elevation facing Voorhees Avenue, the office has 53% transparency, including the entire warehouse facility. It brings it to 14%. On the south elevation facing Ann Street, at the top here, you can see the portion of the office has 38% transparency, taking into account the building as a whole. On that facade is 1.7% transparency. The applicant has indicated that the production process of the film manufacturing is light sensitive, that the light on the film would have a negative effect on the production. And that's why efforts were made to provide all of the design elements and the transparency on the office wing of the building facing Voorhees. So the Planning Commission should consider the nature of the use, and along with this request of the reduced transparency. So in sum, we are looking at a request for a plastics manufacturing facility of 100,000 square feet with the additional building height, reduction in the building transparency, and the loading area in the front yard. Do you have any questions for me?
I assume transparency requirements on industrial are very different from, can you just refresh my memory?
The requirements are on the street-facing sides of the building only, and a minimum of 20% is required.
On all sides?
On street-facing sides. Mhm.
Sorry here, not Ann Street, but the side street there.
We're looking at the street-facing side, because this is a corner property, the side facing Voorhees, running north and south, and Ann Street are both considered street-facing sides. So both the west and the south building facades would be applicable to the transparency requirement.
Is the drive that goes down the east side of the property there, is that under the applicant's control as well? Is that a public street? Do we know?
I don't have information
Okay.
on that. It does not appear to be part of the property.
You'll answer that. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Laura.
Any other questions for Laura at this time? All right, thank you. And we'll invite the applicant up.
Good afternoon. My name is John Eberly. I'm project manager for Progressive Companies, engaged by Profile Films to manage this design. So to start where you ended, no, the property owner does not own that road to the east. That's owned by the railroad. They have a limited easement to use it, but
Oh, I see, yeah.
they do not own that property, so they don't control it.
What is the limited easement?
It's just that they can drive around the building.
Okay.
You know, they're allowed to use it for that purpose.
Got it. Thank you.
They can't park back there, they can't store anything, so. So I guess I'll keep my comments brief. I sit on the planning commission. I give you guys credit for stamina. I understand why you start at 12:30 in the afternoon now, so thank you for being patient. I hope you're all comfortable to get through the rest of this. This project, as you've heard, has been through a couple of iterations. I think, in a sense, we could claim that the city is fortunate to have the business owner involved who's here, who's making use of a site that is frankly not very usable in a lot of ways. There's a significant amount of cleanup that's going to happen. This is a brownfield site. There's going to be extra investment made to remedy problems with the soils on this site, both in terms of pollution and the fact that there's unsuitable fill in it. So they're spending a bunch of money just to make this into land again. And so the things that we're asking for relief from or variances are frankly necessary. This is not a person who's coming in and trying to do this on the cheap and trying not to comply because it's inconvenient. The transparency issue, this product is light sensitive, it degrades. This is sort of like when you have a bag and you throw it away on the side of the road, you don't want it to last forever. So these products are not designed to stand up to light for a long period of time. And they will actually lose inventory if they allow daylight into the facility. So that's, we completely understand the reasons for the ordinances that we deal with. And we are making a good faith effort to meet everything that we can. So we're only asking for relief in those areas where it's critical to make the facility work. So the front yard parking or truck docks, that's really the only place on this site that we could make that work. We looked at a lot of different options, and that's really what had to happen. I think, going down to a single entry, that was requested by staff, and we appreciate the back and forth and the help that we had to navigate these issues. Yeah, I think that and the building height, your staff person explained very well the requirement there. These extrusion machines they need 54 feet clear for them to stand up in there. So I won't talk anymore unless you have questions.
Thank you, John. Any questions? All right. Now we'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to comment on this case. You're welcome to come up to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to deliberation.
I'm comfortable with the requested variations given the site constraints, the use, the location of the building, the product that's being manufactured. I think I think the landscaping does a lot to break up the facade of that building, and I think that's a lot of the intention behind transparency requirements is to keep us from having these big monolithic buildings where pedestrians might be walking by. I don't think we have a lot of pedestrian traffic here, and I think landscaping can handle most of that. Yeah, and I'm appreciative of a manufacturer who wants to continue to locate in the city of Grand Rapids. So I'm comfortable with the request. I would ask, I guess, staff on the landscaping, is the landscaping on the site plan shown what, we don't have a landscape plan per se. How do we know that landscaping will be installed and everything?
We do have a landscape plan that was submitted today.
Okay.
I can pull it up if you'd like to see it. It wasn't submitted early enough to include in the packet, but we do have the landscape plan, and the landscaping will be required to meet the minimum requirements confirmed at permitting. But if you'd like to see the landscape plan, I'm happy to pull it up.
I don't necessarily need to see it. I think what I believe is shown on this site plan is that there are trees, right? I mean, landscaping that is low to the ground is not effective, but the trees are quite effective at breaking up that kind of monolith wall. And if that's the case in the landscape plan, then I'm comfortable.
That's what I saw.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's
No, you go ahead.
That's really my only kind of concern with this too, is that wall. And I understand that this isn't a heavily walked area, but I mean, there is a transit stop not that far on Alpine, and I would imagine that some employees use that and therefore walk down this part of Annan. So I think keeping the pedestrian in mind is important when we're considering these things. And so, yeah, if staff is comfortable with the kind of the landscaping doing its job to break up that large wall, then I guess I can be comfortable with that. With the renderings of the building itself, I don't feel like that is enough facade variation alone, to satisfy or to mitigate the lack of transparency. But with the berm, those are helpful for the front yard parking, and knowing that the property owner doesn't control that eastern right of way, makes it easier for me to swallow the front yard loading zone or loading dock area as well. And yeah, I agree that it's great that we have an industrial user that is willing to invest in this property and clean it up and put it to productive use.
I agree with my fellow commissioners, and again, appreciate reutilizing a brownfield site, which adds its own challenges.
All right, anybody willing to make a motion?
I can do it. All right. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the special land use and site plan review request of Profile Films Properties LLC, Steve Amen, for construction of a new 100,000 square foot plastic film manufacturing and warehouse facility at 701 Ann Street Northwest for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will support the 2002 Community Master Plan, Chapter 5, a strong economy recommendation to encourage business investment and growth, support retention of industrial uses on rail lines to provide easy access to highways without routing trucks through residential areas, The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.8.e because the site will be developed so as not to impede the normal and orderly development or improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted by the zoning ordinance. The facility has been cited to maximize efficiency of both the manufacturing process and ingress and egress. An adequate ingress and egress will be provided. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed industrial use is consistent with the purpose and intent for the district. The proposed development will activate a vacant industrial parcel. The proposed use will not have potentially adverse effects on the neighborhood because parking and loading operations will be adequately buffered from the street. The proposed landscaping and building setback will mitigate negative impacts of the increased building height from the pedestrian perspective. The development will meet zoning standards for landscaping, green space, tree canopy, and buffering that are required to mitigate potentially adverse effects. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future adjacent uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, odors, glare, and visual clutter, because all manufacturing operations will take place inside the building. Commercial truck traffic will be limited to daytime work hours. A state-of-the-art ventilation system will ensure that any smoke or odor generated by the processing of plastic material will be minimized. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because the building and landscaping will restore the street wall on a currently vacant property, which will enhance walkability, and the single curb cut on Ann Street will mitigate disruption of pedestrian circulation patterns. The proposed use will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable, particularly where the natural features assist in preserving the general character of the neighborhood, because the minimum requirements for tree canopy and green space will be met, even with the significant improvements being made on the site. Appropriate soil testing will be conducted to determine if any historic site contamination exists. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the facility will add jobs and new economic activity to a site that is currently vacant, and no additional burden is expected with the establishment of this use. The proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and all applicable state laws. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. One, standard conditions at A, approval shown on the screen. Two, that a cross-access easement agreements between the subject property and 1998 Voorhees Avenue and 2156 Avastar Parkway Northwest shall be obtained and submitted to the city. That due to the light-sensitive nature of the film manufacturing process, a waiver of the required transparency is approved as proposed. That any portion of the property not included in development shall be restored according to the approval on the LUDS permit L-DEV-2023-0041 within 12 months from the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. That's it.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And we're ready for another 5-minute break, so we'll reconvene at 5:08.
Oh, I need a nap.
We can do this before 5:30.
I believe in you.
All right, we're all set? Okay. My name is Emily Hayes. I'm a planner with Planning Next. I know that I've presented to many, if not all of you before, so we are back for the second half of the CMP Deep Dive. On the agenda today, we have Chapter 5, which is the Desirable Development Character chapter, as well as Chapter 6. Within the CMP, that is an executive summary of 3 area-specific plans, Creston, Butterworth, and Southtown neighborhoods. Those 3 plans were led by Interface, so my colleague Jamie Granger is available to answer questions on those. That'll be the sort of second portion of what I present today. I think we all know what the CMP is here to do, but we really are focused on land use to address these topics, and so that is what Chapter 5 is all about, bringing the recommendations from the first 4 chapters into and grounding that in the land use vision, providing some guidance on how that all manifests itself physically. We are towards the end of the CMP process, so we are now in the adoption phase after multiple rounds of public engagement that did inform the content of the plan. I've shown this plan framework a few times before. The chapter areas are focused around these community goal statements, the last of which is desirable development character, which is a strong sense of place through high quality design, and that new development will improve or support the existing fabric of each neighborhood. So Chapter 5 contains a number of elements, all of which provide guidance on the physical development of the city. We have development principles, conceptual development framework, the future character and land use map, the character types that are that comprise that future character and land use map, and design guidelines that provide another layer of sort of qualitative review about the types of development that occur in the future. So again, the development principles, they describe the intent about how and where growth and development in Grand Rapids should occur and provide additional guidance for desired development outcomes. They reflect a variety of themes around quality, appearance, pattern of development, and they are supported by the additional detail in the future character and land use map, as well as the conceptual development framework, which depict where these concepts should apply. So I've broken up the 10 principles across 2 slides. I'm going to just go over them quickly. If you have an interest in discussing any, I'll just pause so you have an opportunity to talk about them. These have come out of public engagement, were sort of put out very early in the process, and generally reflect sort of the sentiments around development, quality, and character. So ensuring that the development process incorporates residents' needs, preserving and enhancing the uniqueness of each neighborhood. The development serves as the city serves as a steward of environment through development decisions that really integrate natural features and climate considerations. That this plan provides desirable development options in a broad range of styles, price levels, and occupancy types, and a focus on development that integrates a mix of uses at key locations, which is something you'll see in the development, the conceptual development framework. Okay. The second half, so this is principles 6 through 10. It's talk about connecting places to provide opportunities to walk, bike, drive, and access public transit. Cultivating community-based placemaking through infill and redevelopment that really complements the form and scale of these areas. Fostering a downtown district that has a vibrant mix of businesses, diverse housing options, entertainment, and amenities. Having access to the river through strategic development opportunities and preservation efforts, and then maintaining the city's financial health through the efficient use of infrastructure, employment centers, and expanded development incentives. So this is the overarching framework. This is what we are working towards, and the principles that the rest of this chapter sort of aspires to fulfill.
The second piece of this is the conceptual development framework. This is based on a number of nodes. Nodes are places that have a mix and concentration of residential, commercial, and public uses, and they either currently or have the potential to be walkable and economically diverse, to provide safe and convenient access to shops, amenities, and services, and they are connected and enhanced by significant corridors. So you can think about these as places where land use and transportation work together in significant ways. We have 3 types of node identified. I will note that there is some overlap. Some of these areas could be considered more than one of them. However, transit-oriented nodes is sort of superseding the others based on its development pattern. So you'll notice, for example, some of those transit-oriented nodes could easily be considered employment nodes or serve neighborhood-level uses. The descriptions of each are up on the screen, and you'll notice that there's sort of a darker circle in the middle of each. That is where that development is concentrated the most. The size of that circle does correspond to the size of the development in that node. And the shaded area around each is approximately a quarter mile to show a walk shed where the impact of concentrated development in those areas would have the highest impact, and where sort of the edge of that node may spread as development occurs. Significant corridors are important connectors along which safety and access for pedestrians, bicyclists, and other non-car modes should be prioritized. These correspond to the Vital Street Plan as crosstown connectors and neighborhood business streets for the most part. So these have high-volume streets with significance to connecting each of these areas. And neighborhoods of focus, these are the census tracts located close to downtown that have experienced most disparate outcomes in income, educational opportunities, home ownership, and wealth accumulation compared to other tracts and the city as a whole. And these areas have a specific focus where the city of Grand Rapids will strive to eliminate inequities by investing very strategically.
Emily, this is the map I was looking at earlier at Breton and 44th as an example. In our current master plan, we show that as a village center. On this map, we're clearly not showing it as a village center. So I guess my question is, and I had this with the land use map too, is there a nice way to show what's changing versus having to look back at the old one and look at the new, or is that not time well spent?
It doesn't currently exist. It is a comprehensive piece, right? I don't have something that just shows that difference, but I don't think that it would be difficult to compare. The nodes that have occurred, that have shown up on this framework, went through sort of an iterative process. First, staff helping us to identify all the places that have been considered nodes in past plans and efforts, and then working with our transportation consultant and our economic development consultant to see where those things were most viable, to try to sort of streamline which ones actually show up. That doesn't mean that places where there's a development occurring are no longer relevant, but this is sort of the development focus.
And then speaking of the data and what that shows, is there, like, for a city of our population and area, is there a optimal number of focuses, or?
I've asked that question as well, and the answer seems to be no. There is no perfect number.
What works, works?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll also note that, you know, these are not all in the same sort of stage of development. And so there's an acknowledgement that it may look different in different places, even when we apply some of the same recommendations and concepts. Anything else there? If you think of things, I will be prepared to answer more questions, and I will try to have a little bit more detail about that, what's changed when we talk next.
Okay, and I'm sure you're going to get to the land use map, but there especially, it's just really hard to make any sense of what we're proposing as different, or are we just promoting staying the same? And then also the data, I do still wonder what the data shows even about amount, we heard it referenced by an applicant today that the percent of land area that's commercial, we seem to have way too much commercial. Anecdotally, I'm wondering
Yes.
what the people who study these things think.
Yeah. So that will be the next piece, is that future character and land use map. And the intention here is really to lead with sort of the development patterns before use. Use is obviously a significant component, but it's more than that. And so one of the things to note is that there are numerous types of centers within the character types, and that's to talk about what the future evolution of that place may be. So I'm going to run through them quickly just to show you where each is applied, and talk a little bit about what the intent is. So some of them may correspond with something you see today, but what is important is how it evolves moving forward. So this is the overall map. On the subsequent slides, I will highlight where each character type is mapped in a little more detail. Downtown follows the DDA boundaries, and I think this is something that we've discussed internally as being a good starting point. But this is essentially your core city center, with the intention to promote dense development patterns focused on a close proximity of services, diversity of uses, and dynamic building styles. This is really reinforcing what exists today and continuing to grow in that way. Transitional Activity Center has, through iterations, evolved to be a very small area at the edge of downtown. It's located as a transition point, providing a connection between downtown and surrounding residential commercial areas. It seems to serve a better purpose on the south and southeast side of downtown. That doesn't mean that this couldn't be applied in a slightly different way if commissioners have thoughts on that. It's something that I know personally I've gone around a few times on, but I think there's value in showing some transition between your city center, your core downtown area, and the areas that surround it. Again, this is to transition the intensity of the downtown development pattern to adjacent areas. Yes, and it will be, we've already talked about some changes to pull this back a bit on the west side. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, so people are looking at this, and J-Ban and others pointed out to us that, in the 2014 GR Forward Plan, that there's supposed to be more of a step down from the downtown expansion to the west side. So we said, good catch. We're going to make that transitional activity center. We just didn't change it on here because we wanted this to be true to the draft that's out there for public review, but we wanted to note that. Taking yours with me.
So Community Activity Center is next, and you'll see here that a lot of these areas are currently sort of car-centric, car-dominated patterns, but the intention here is to provide places to live, work, and shop around key intersections and along corridors to create better connected places. And so this is where some of those concepts in the previous chapters we talked about transitioning from auto-centric orientation to smaller lots, increasing activity, new patterns closer to the street. This is where the focus would be in some of these areas. The building form would still be low to mid-rise, but with a mix of uses and an intentional focus on active ground floor uses and creating spaces that are more inviting to people. Neighborhood center is that sort of smaller scale development that reinforces a pedestrian and transit friendly environment in some of the more compact areas. Again, this is intended to be sort of a mixed use land use area with a variety of retail, restaurant, and personal services at sort of the local and neighborhood scale. These also, you'll note, sort of correspond to certain street types in the Vital Streets network. So we're trying to sort of overlay those two components in a meaningful way.
Can you make that more visible in the illustrations? I know conceptually,
Yeah.
you just said it, but it doesn't jump out at you off the page.
Yeah. Just make a note of that real quick. Okay. So compact neighborhood, this is a large area of the city intended to, create, maintain, and promote a variety of housing opportunities while enhancing the desired physical characteristics of those existing neighborhoods. The land uses include a mix of housing with small office, small commercial, religious and civic uses, as you would see in older neighborhoods. The intention is to provide areas for well-connected, dense street networks so that infill in these areas is supporting that pattern. You'll notice that there are a variety of appropriate zoning districts because this does currently cover a large area of the city, but is intended to promote a more compact residential pattern.
So in here it says small multifamily buildings, and I'm wondering what's considered small, like one of the pictures on here, I don't know that I would consider it a super small multifamily building, but appropriate in this kind of in the compact neighborhood. And so just for community expectations, if they would be like, well, you said it was going to be small.
That's a good point. I think it's the language of the description that's misleading a bit. It's been intended to differentiate between what you might find downtown, for example, right, where you're talking about really large multifamily. The image there, I think, is appropriate, and we probably need to clarify that language to be consistent.
Thanks.
So suburban neighborhood, this generally corresponds to the modern era designation within the zoning ordinance. So you'll notice that that's right sort of at the edge of the city boundaries. This still has a wide range of housing sizes and styles, including duplexes and accessory dwelling units, but lots are typically larger than in the compact neighborhood areas. It's also common to see larger apartments with shared open spaces. And so again, we're following sort of a similar structure to the zoning ordinance classifications of neighborhoods to have some alignment with what you're already working with. I'm going to pause. I think I see a question.
Yeah, I was just looking at the land uses compared to like the node at Kalamazoo and 44th. And so just making, like prioritizing that as a node for development. But then it does say in here larger apartment complexes are common. But I think, allowing for additional density, I don't know what exactly I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I say if you look just at the density of these neighborhood classifications, there's actually a higher density in the modern era than in the mid-century. So it's not driven by density alone. Yeah. However, if you are reviewing this and you find any discrepancies between these components, I would love to hear where those fall, because there are some details that are just, they need to come through that review. So the next piece is Innovation Center, and this is intended to accommodate a broad range of flexible employment opportunities. You'll notice that a lot of these areas are adjacent to current industrial areas, but these are places where transition is expected and where the building form varies depending on the needs of the building users. It may include some older industrial structures that have been adaptively reused or retrofitted to include small retail, commercial, or maker spaces, but where there is new development, they should be designed with a focus on active ground floor uses and an enhanced pedestrian experience. Next is manufacturing and logistics, and you can think of these as more traditional industrial areas. We understand that the industrial areas are limited and are under pressure, and so these are generally focused where there is rail access and interstate access to support the needs of trucking and shipping and deliveries. Their character here is often, large-scale, single-story buildings on large parcels set back from the street. And the primary uses are typically a manufacturing, research, or development, typically more industrial.
So it's the
Mhm.
When you get down to the east side of the river, where it curves down the edge there, that's currently industrial, considered, but may transition, as part of that whole effort to utilize the riverfront. So now we see that this is the current, not the possible desired.
So this is the desired, but if we don't have it quite right, that's something we should talk about.
Well, I think a lot of that, well, I could be wrong, never mind.
Yeah, there's significant city services, I think, are,
You get down by the wastewater plant down
Yeah,
there, right?
yeah.
I was thinking more south of where we're putting in the amphitheater and then going
Oh.
down the rest of that to Wealthy as a possible relocation.
oh, I see, yeah, this,
And maybe I'm just not zeroed in.
yeah, the purple is south of that,
Yeah.
south of Wealthy.
Yeah, okay.
It's 5:30.
Yep, it's 5:30.
Thank you.
So I apologize, we didn't get through what we wanted to get through today. So Layla and I will put our heads together with Emily and figure out how do we pivot for the next couple of meetings. So that you're hearing the same information, just not today like we had planned. So I'm sorry.
Really appreciate all the work that's going on, and yeah, like Paul said, want to do it justice. So
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying here this whole meeting. Oh my goodness.
Public comment can you call for public comment?
And our last agenda item is public comment. For anyone who would like to address the commission, you're welcome to make your way up to the microphone.
Seeing none?
Seeing none, we will close the public comment period. And anything else for the commission?
I'll communicate via email as to what our next steps will be on this. So,
Yeah,
Thank
we can read a lot, but there's nothing beats talking through it together, so.
yeah, I agree. The last meeting was really great, good discussion. So I can't spin on this right now because I don't know what the solution is. But we will communicate via email so that we have a similar exercise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, and we're adjourned.